Hey, this is Cedric Youngelman, your host of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. In today's episode, we plunge into the intriguingly murky world with the profound Professor David B. Collum, aptly titled Hello Darkness. It's a captivating journey through a labyrinth of contentious topics, from scandalous political intrigues to the convoluted realities of climate change, gender transition, and directed energy weapons. Collum, armed with his razor-sharp intellect and unique perspectives, serves as our guide, steering us through this dark maze, sparking intense and thought-provoking discussions. This episode is brought to you by River, the financial institution built for all time, with 100% full reserve custody and zero fees on recurring orders. River allows you to buy and mine Bitcoin with ease. Build your Bitcoin mining fleet today with River. Plus, River offers unparalleled service and functionality, including tax optimization, entity accounts, inheritance planning, and instant buy volume. Everything you need under one roof. Dollar cost average with zero fees. Smooth out the price volatility of Bitcoin and get zero fees on your Bitcoin purchases when you set up recurring orders. Mine Bitcoin and get daily Bitcoin payouts. River manages the end-to-end mining process for you, including procuring, hosting, and maintenance. And for larger investments, River's expert team is here to serve you. With River, your Bitcoin is your Bitcoin. Unlike other exchanges, River builds security into every product and service for your peace of mind. River has 100% full reserve custody. All Bitcoin on River are held one-to-one. River does not use or lend your Bitcoin. Your Bitcoin is kept offline in cold storage and requires multiple signatures to identify and authorize a transaction. Buy and build your Bitcoin wealth with a Bitcoin-focused company here for generations. Use the link in the show notes to get started and get $5 in Bitcoin when you buy $100 worth of Bitcoin. And for the ultimate in Bitcoin security and design, get the Cold Card hardware wallet from CoinKite. With built-in sleep-at-night technology, it's the only dedicated air-gapped, ultra-secure signing device for Bitcoin. CoinKite is a leader in security and hardware manufacturer, established Block 141,000, and maker of some of the most iconic Bitcoin products, such as OpenDime, SatsCard, TapSigner, SatsChip, Cold Card, and Block Clock, right over my left shoulder. All dope as fuck Bitcoin products. What time is it? It's Moscow time. Don't trust, verify. Use the link in the show notes for a discount. Brace yourself. This rip with Dave kicks off with a bone-chilling discourse on the Epstein case, unmasking its intricate web tangled with high-profile figures such as Ronald Reagan, Jamal Khashoggi, and Barbara Walters, the harrowing narrative of pedophilia and the unnerving incidents of kids mysteriously disappearing in Ukraine, and the harvest season of catastrophes add a haunting depth to the darkness. The ensuing exploration into the infamous Pizzagate and spirit cooking scandals further uncover unsettling truths, while Collum's stark discussion on Wall Street's prevalent sociopathy paints a grim picture of our society. As the conversation spirals into the realm of climate change, Collum exposes the deceit lurking behind this global concern. His riveting accounts of the Maui and Quebec fires provoke chilling questions, such as why trees are burning from the inside and the potential role of directed energy weapons in these events. His candid exploration of the 9/11 truther movement and his relentless pursuit of getting it right, regardless of societal perceptions, only deepens the intrigue. The conversation reaches its climax as it delves into hot-button issues like gender transition, the role of the CIA, and the eerie influence of deep fakes. Collum's fascinating theory on gender transition being championed by nations like China and Russia, and his stark reflection on the gutting of the middle class, provide a startling finale. His talent for threading these diverse topics into the overarching themes of darkness sets this episode in a league of its own. Dave doesn't care if he comes across as an asshole. He really doesn't. He's just trying to get it right. And now, let's enter the Bitcoin Matrix podcast with Professor David B. Collum.
What is real? How do you define real?
You can't jump into cash. Cash is trash. What do? You get out.
With a long list of impressive academic achievements, including a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Cornell, and a Master's of Arts and Master's of Science and Ph.D. in Chemistry from Columbia University, Dr. David B. Collum is a force to be reckoned with. Currently holding the prestigious title of Betty R. Miller Professor of Chemistry at Cornell University, his expertise knows no bounds. But there's more to Professor Collum than just chemistry. Brace yourselves, because this man is not afraid to explore the unconventional. With a background in Austrian economics and a vast knowledge of history, Professor Collum offers a unique perspective that challenges the status quo. As a proud libertarian and a fan of the Austrian business cycle, Professor Collum isn't afraid to be the biggest bear in the room. Dave Collum, welcome back to the Bitcoin Matrix for the third time. How are you?
I am good. I'm having surgery tomorrow to have that bladder stone yanked out of me. So we're sending in Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck, and they're going to blow that asteroid up.
Oof. I wish you the best of luck with that tomorrow, and appreciate you taking the time out to talk this evening. It's been a month since we chatted. It almost feels like a year. A lot has happened. A lot's going on. I think before we get into maybe some current events, though, you put up a tweet and you listed some things that you're getting into, and they all seem connected in a weird way. So I think we should just start there. You know, there's child trafficking and there's pedophilia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think pedophilia really gets talked about much these days. I mean, remember in the 80s and 90s, there was a lot of hoopla about sexual offenders and lists, and it was very dramatic. And then really that I think faded away to some extent. I'm not going to say completely. But we do talk a lot about child trafficking and human trafficking in the news and sort of conversation, but not really pedophilia. That seems pretty dark. What have you been reading about?
They do go together.
Yeah.
I had been pondering the role of pedophilia in geopolitics, which certainly got exacerbated back when Epstein was roaming the earth, presuming that he's not now. And the question became one of what is the influence of pedophilia on geopolitics. So you can worry about the pervs and stuff, and that's intense in its own right. But Epstein has been sold to the public as a pedophile. They tend to talk about the girls that he was working with as like 16 years old. You got Ghislaine Maxwell, who got convicted of trafficking these girls. And the whole story got sold as that he's a perv and she rounded up the girls, and that's the story. And that's just not even close, right? That's not even close. So he's got his little black book. He is probably has 1,000 people in that book. I think there's an enormous number of people of wealth and power who have participated. I think the product of his efforts is not just teenage girls, but actually young kids too. I think that's been kept under wraps quite a bit because there's already some pretty powerful people that have been connected with Epstein, like Bill Clinton for starters, right? Prince Andrew, Ehud Barak. And I think those are just 3 out of countless people. So the Epstein story certainly got me pondering it. And then Whitney Webb wrote her 2-volume epic book, which is not easily read because it's, instead of calling it something about Epstein, I'd call it, the Encyclopedia of Graft and Corruption. And it's almost a reference book. Rudy Havenstein referred to it as a reference book, not meant to be read from left to right, more to be dug into. And you look up the name of whoever you're interested in. So long story short is that Epstein is a professional blackmailer working for unknown number of intelligence agencies, making sure that men and women of wealth and power are corrupted, and so that you can control them. And it's just, I think, that simple. He was trained by Roy Cohn, who was one of the most disgusting human beings to walk the earth in the 20th century. I hate to say evil because he's got tough competition there with Hitler and Mao and these guys, but he certainly was a sociopath, a psychopath, and always up to no good. And then if you look at whose circles he ran around in, you go, oh, that's troubling. So he was, McCarthy's right-hand man during the McCarthy hearings. He was in Reagan's inner circle. He actually built Reagan's career from the ground up. He wasn't just in there when Reagan was governor even. He actually helped Reagan get to be elected to the Screen Guild presidency. So he groomed Reagan from day one, which makes you wonder if Reagan was really the person that his loyal fans thought he was. And he was a sexual blackmailer of a higher order. So he did exactly what Epstein did. I think there's probably lots of Epsteins out there. I think Epstein was just one of the more visible now and one of the more prolific. So that gets you into that story. And then I started trying to get at the question of how does this influence the world? What accelerated me this year was the movie Sound of Freedom. I said, well, this is probably the year to start trying to piece it together. And The Sound of Freedom, for those who are living under a rock, I would argue, is the movie with Jim Casaviel. I think that's how you pronounce his name. A story about a guy named Tim Ballard, who supposedly was, NSA, I think it was, or whatever, something like that. He was, highly accomplished military type guy who was working to fight trafficking. And he took a trip down to South America and rounded up like 50 kids and brought them home. And he missed the one that he really wanted. And he went back down into the jungle of Colombia and he found her, and he had like a 5% survival rate, and he brought her back. And it's a feel good story to the extent that a story about child trafficking is feel good, but it's a good Hollywood story at least. And right away, the movie got attacked and got attacked by prominent news outlets. And so I said, okay, so he seems to be hitting a nerve. But at the same time, I walked out of the movie and my wife and I both had an odd sensation. One is that the pedophiles in the movie got very little play. And to the extent that they got play, they were the usual perv with a van buying a kid. And I don't think that's what the pedophile story is. I think the pedophile story is the guys in Washington, D.C. who hold positions in Congress and the Senate and things like that. And they're wealthy people. They're not some perv living in a trailer park because those kids are expensive, right? And so that troubled me, because if you actually look at the trafficking story, you hear about the kids, you hear about the traffickers. The people receiving the kids get relatively little play and are sort of stereotypical pervs. And they never really get at the question of where are these kids ending up. So the stats that no one seems to question is that something like 85,000 kids disappeared crossing the southern border. Just today, I was listening to Colonel Douglas McGregor, who is as straight shooter as you can get, talking about the number of women and kids who have disappeared from Ukraine. Now, if you start reading about the trafficking, you find out that geopolitical events and things like catastrophes, like some earthquake or fire or whatever, in which they have to round up the kids to take them to safety, which Ukraine would certainly be one of those, and Haiti and places like that. The traffickers call it harvest season, because everyone's happy to throw the kids on a bus and get them the hell out of there and just say, look, get them out of harm's way. We'll sort it out later. Well, those buses often take the kids to places and they don't reappear. And they estimate there's 2 million kids getting trafficked every year worldwide, 800,000 in the United States. And so no one seems to question the numbers, but then I ask, name a person of wealth and power who got caught and paid for it. And if you think about it, you go, I'm kind of at a loss. I can name one easily. That's Dennis Hastert. He did something like 18 months in jail. If you're getting Hummers off of a 5-year-old, you should just basically be castrated with a rusty butter knife and thrown off a cliff, right? I mean, it's just that simple. So 18 months in jail is not going to cut it for anybody who thinks about it for very long. And then I started digging in. I mentioned to a group that I'm on a Zoom group with, Doctors for Ethics. I can never remember the name. It's actually a well-known group, Doctors for COVID Ethics or something. It's a bunch of doctors all over the world who stood up against COVID story, who stood up against the vaccine story. And I mentioned I was chasing this just in passing before the Zoom call started. And the chat started filling up with links. And amazingly, these guys who are just doctors started sending me links that were interesting. And what I ran into essentially was links that convinced me that the criticisms of Sound of Freedom were legit. And here's where it just gets odd. It's not that child trafficking isn't prevalent. It's that movie may have been a grift itself. Now, some people call it like a psyop, and they say, look, they're actually they're using it as a limited hangout, is another term, saying to sort of give some information, but nothing damaging, right? But it could be as simple as Ballard and Casaviel and these guys saw an opportunity to make a fuck ton of money. And so it could be a grift superimposed upon a problem. And then you start digging into it and you find that Ballard was getting funded by guys who themselves look kind of sketchy. And you start looking at who he's hanging around with and you go, oh, that guy's really sketchy. And there's a famous artist who I probably shouldn't mention, but he sold a piece of art for $250 million. There's not many modern living artists who sell something for $250 million. So with that hint, you can figure out who it is actually. And you find out that he's tied with all these sketchy connections. And then you go, okay, so modern art already has a history of money laundering. And I think all of a sudden paying $250 million for the art that I thought was just a sack of crap. And I'm going, okay, so that's potentially money laundering. So then I started digging further and someone said, oh, you should read about the Franklin scandal, which I'd heard about, but I hadn't paid much attention. And so I read a book on that. And Franklin scandal is a pedophile ring from Boys Town. Do you ever see the movie Boys Town? Mickey Rooney, 1938. It was about an orphanage for young boys, wayward boys, and some priest straightened them out. And a feel-good Mickey Rooney movie. And it turns out Boys Town was in Omaha, Nebraska. And a guy named Larry King got a hold of it and started running a pedophile ring out of it. Now, if you go to Wikipedia, they'll say it's just a fraud. That you will. Wikipedia, by the way, is under control of the CIA now too. How do you know that, Dave? Well, it turns out the guy Larry Sanger, who founded Wikipedia, told me. He said it's been known for a decade. So narratives that are unpopular get straightened out of Wikipedia pretty fast. So in any event, so I read this book and it was a very compelling book. And what was compelling was that this pedophile ring out of Omaha didn't seem that big. And the witnesses to it are all broken people. So they're all crackheads and they're prostitutes and their lives were crushed by these guys. But the people who cared put the story together and corroborated and cross-checked and found references and confirmed, and they hired a PI who was a former state cop. He dug in, and then lo and behold, his plane blew up and crashed. What a shock. And you find out when the story started to break, the first thing you do is you hit the chief of police. You find out he was one of the pervs, so he didn't do any good. And you find out the attorney general of the state of Nebraska was of no interest taking on this story. The Omaha newspaper was nothing but an attack dog. And that seems really fishy to me. And so then you find out that the FBI got into it and they destroyed all the witnesses. They just massacred them in ways. One of the witnesses ended up in the Nebraska Supreme Court, and they illegally put a judge who was not legally able to be in the case because of what he was doing at that point in time. And he utterly rode roughshod over the case and made sure that it just went nowhere. And so what was striking about the Nebraska pedophile story is that the pedophile ring wasn't that big, but the response went all the way actually supposedly to the inner circle of the White House. Now, interestingly, Whitney Webb, so they were flying kids around the country. Whitney Webb mentions the thing a few times in her book, but she comes from another angle. She's talking about the elite guys who are receiving them, whereas the book doesn't quite get to that. Whitney says, oh, this guy was tied to Larry King and Franklin, in the Franklin, Institute and whatever. And Larry King, no one could touch. The authorities couldn't touch because he had too many people in high places protecting him. So the gist is, I have this working model, which I don't think is original, but it's now in my head, so it's mine at some level, that you don't corrupt people in power, but rather you corrupt people and then you give them power. And I think that's where someone like Trump messes things up because he hadn't been corrupted at least enough. Now, he turns out to have ties with Roy Cohn, so the Trump corruption is still up in the air for a lot of us. Some people think it was profound. I found no evidence that Roy got to him in a big way. But Donald Trump has hung around with seedy bastards his whole life because he's New York City realtor, right?
Right.
And so you can't hang around with nuns, and of course even nuns now, right? So I was interested in this story, and I think it's a fascinating one, and that got me to return to the story about spirit cooking. Spirit cooking.
I mean, I think I know what you're getting at, but I haven't read probably.
Well, spirit cooking is there's this woman named Marina Abramovic, who sort of markets herself as kind of an artist, but her art is grisly. I mean, it's really grisly. And so she throws blood and entrails against the wall and stuff like that. And she does what she calls spirit cooking. It's very open, where she produces dishes that look like a baby simmering in blood and a full adult in this big tub that's made of food, and people eat it. And then if you dig into it, you start seeing pictures of Hollywood elite at her spirit cooking parties. Mm-hmm. And then where that takes you is, it turns out the WikiLeaks of the Podesta emails had spirit cooking all over them. So now you're starting to get back into the darkness of the Clinton crime family, and the Pizzagate, which I'm fairly, Pizzagate. I think it's called Ping Pong Pizza, or Comet Pizza, Comet Ping Pong. My brain is getting too old. By a guy named Elefantis, who was considered a total perv. He had all of the inside the Beltway elite coming to his pizza parlor. He was considered profoundly influential. He owned a friggin' pizza parlor. And the WikiLeaks emails were things like spending $60,000 on pizza. They made no sense unless you said, what's the pizza? Well, pizzas, turns out the emails were filled with all these code words, which are well known within the pedophile community for representing, young boys, young girls, all sorts of things. They each had, and they were all over the WikiLeaks emails. And so then some guy goes to Comet Pizza. Let's call it Comet Pizza. I think I'm naming it wrong.
I think you got it right.
With a gun. And actually, part of the story is that the actual bad shit was 2 doors down at another pizza house. But I actually think what was true is they probably sent a guy in to do that, to make him look like a complete asshole, and to make it look like, some ultra right-wing douchebag had lost control, and therefore we should stop talking about Pizzagate because it's just driving the unwashed crazy. So I'm accepting as a distinct possibility, which I'd put well over 50%, that Pizzagate has truth in it. Now, what is unknowable, because I think it's filled with, deflection mechanisms and things like that. But so Abramovich is a sicko. I mean, she's a sicko, and her sickness ties with people that are just horrifyingly powerful. And then and her reach also gets deeply into Hollywood. And you go, what's Hollywood have to do with it? Well, you may recall that Kevin Spacey got accused by 4 guys of molesting them, and 3 of them died. The 4th said, no, thank you, I'm done. He was tied with Ghislaine Maxwell, so that loop closes very quickly. He was very strongly tied with Ghislaine. And someone said succinctly, you can't, to control the message, you have to control the messenger. Well, who's the messenger? Well, Hollywood is the messenger. So then I remembered watching Corey Feldman, who, to those paying attention to this stuff, this is a well-known story, but Corey said, as did Elijah Wood, that pedophilia was rampant in Hollywood. Now, Elijah ended up recanting, but if the Franklin scandal, boy, the FBI got everyone recanting real fast, real hard, brutally, right? They destroyed witnesses to get them to recant, to get them to lie and perjure to rat out each other. The FBI said, look, you're going to jail for 50 years if you don't change your story. So Elijah backed off, but you don't say pedophilia is rampant and say, oh, my bad, I was confused, right? That's a bell that can't be unrung. And Feldman hung tough. And I remember one day watching Feldman on The View. I don't know why they had him on The View. And he said on The View, pedophiles rampant in Hollywood. And these old bags on The View, who I have the least amount of respect for, happened to include at that point Barbara Walters, who's elite, right? I mean, she's elite. And what would be the appropriate response to Corey? Well, you'd probably say, oh, that's really horrible. Someone should look into it. Let's go to commercial, and then say, what the hell are you doing? We don't want this on our show, right? Somehow you'd slither off that hook fast. You'd go to commercial. That's not what she did. She attacked him. She attacked him aggressively. And I'm going, that was weird. That really caught my attention, and I didn't know why she did that. It was before I picked up on all this other stuff, so that's why I didn't know why. And then I'm reading one of the books I read this year, and they're talking about how Barbara Walters was as tight could be. They said they used to act like they were married with Roy Cohn. And I go, oh, that plot just thickened, didn't it? And so I have this feeling that pedophilia is driving global politics in a magnitude that is just unimaginable.
When we consider something like that, though, I think about money and power, but I don't know where desire fits into here. We talk about like harvest season and these huge numbers, Epstein and bribery, extortion, control, that I get. And it paints this picture of everyone being entrapped and snarled in this mess. But you talk about like a Marina Abramovich, maybe Kevin Spacey, and you kind of start the other part of what is the desire here? Do you think pedophilia is more rampant and unrecognized in society? Because it seems like there's a lot of powerful people that are engaging in these things, and I can't figure out if they're engaging because they're being forced to and then being manipulated and controlled, or they really want to be there. I mean, how did all these people, how did they share these secrets with each other? How did they befriend each other? Are they being pulled in, or is this like some secret world where people want to be there and this is rampant and people are really into little children? Because when we talk about Epstein, you're right, all the stories are about, young women.
And they're illegal, right?
It's illegal.
But you're looking at these babes, you're going, some of these girls are 16 going on 25. And to have sex with a 16-year-old who says they want to.
Very different than illegal. A 5-year-old and a...
That's right.
Right.
That's right. That's huge, huge. Orders of magnitude.
Right. And very different orders of magnitude. And then eating these kids. I mean, this just, spirit cooking. I mean, this is dark stuff. I'm almost afraid to ask.
Well, so the spirit cooking to the public is pretending. Right? It's pretend play. It's sick shit, right? There's no chance you would ever catch me sitting there pretending to eat a cadaver. There's just no chance you'd catch me. But then the question is, someone who is interested in that, first and foremost, is how big a step is it to actually then go do it? And it's not that big a step once you've gotten over that emotional hurdle. Especially if you're running around in these fast circles, this sort of ultra Studio 54 circle. And then the second question is, I just finished Gretchen Morgenson and Josh Rosner's book on private equity guys. I'll close this loop quickly. And it's staggering what guys like Leon Black and Schwartzman and these guys do to people's lives. It's staggering. They will buy companies, they will strip mine them, they will destroy them, they will sell the shell into the marketplace because the dumb money, and then the companies will go bankrupt and pensions will be lost. Insurance policies will be lost. So horror stories of someone whose kid got a policy because they were seriously injured and they got a payment and then they didn't collect because Leon Black destroyed the company. And I'm going to ask the sort of rhetorical question. Why has no one who is a victim of these private equity guys not loaded a gun and killed them? I don't understand that. I don't know if I would ever do that. But I do know if some guy destroyed my life, I would consider that a capital offense. And then you say, well, but you can't go lawless. And I go, what if the law's not working? Then what do you do? Right? And I think it's a good thing that society is somehow hold their shit together. But I don't know how much longer it's going to last. I'm on a jury. Leon Black destroys some person's life. They kill Leon Black. They're not getting convicted. I am going, and that's why I'd never be on a jury. But I'm going to hang that jury. I'm going to go, he deserved it. In fact, I read psych books and stuff, and one of them talked about culture of honor. Hatfield and McCoys, the legendary battle between the Hatfields and the McCoys, then in West Virginia, I think it was. They said that wasn't a unique story. That was just one glorified example, but it's a region where there's a culture of honor. And so if someone disses you, depending on where you are in the country, it can be anything from leave me alone to, okay, take off the gloves, let's go at it. And they've studied it, and it's regional. And at one point they had a case where a guy was getting ragged on at a gas station by two other guys just ripping at him, and he pulled out a gun and killed him, and the jury acquitted him. And when one of the jurors was asked, this was somewhere down, Louisiana or something, and when one of the jurors was asked, how did you acquit him? They said they should have known better. That was their answer. They should have known better. And you go, oh my God, right? Holy shit, that's a different world. But that there's, for example, places now where a culture of honor exists big way. I'm guessing that if you were in the hood and you diss somebody, your life is at risk, right? Because there are places where respect is all they got, right? They don't have money, they don't have power, they don't have anything, but don't diss them. because that's all they got. And so I just don't understand. So now you bring it back to, well, why wouldn't someone at Apollo Capital step up and say this is wrong? The answer is because they don't work there. You can't be at Apollo Capital unless you are a sociopath. And if you're at Apollo Capital and you're listening to me, wear it, own it. Your boss is a wretch. By the way, he's also Epstein connected, just to close that loop. The system selects for people who can put up with that. Right. And if you can't, well, imagine you're in the military. If you don't have what it takes to drop 20,000 guys to their death on Omaha Beach, you're not the guy who gets to make that call. So the system sorts for the people who can do the job. And, why isn't Biden in jail already, right? Why are people around him putting him in jail already? Because the system selects for people who don't value getting it right at all. Now, I don't think you need total saturation of the badness. So if the organization is partially corrupted, you just need enough people to say, let's say Mitch McConnell's a total dick. There's a guest that I'm willing to say is not nuts. And you're in Congress, you're in the Senate, you're whatever, and Mitch McConnell grabbed you by the scruff of the neck and said, don't do it. You're not going to do it. He has power over you. And if you can't suck it up, remember when all the Democratic candidates folded for Biden all on the same day? You can't even be a candidate unless you have the capacity to do that. Right? And then along comes Kennedy. A game changer. Kennedy wouldn't do that. So Kennedy's Trump 2.0. And I just listened to a geopolitically connected woman named Pippa Malmgren predict that Kennedy will be the next president. And you can see huge hurdles to get there, including not getting capped by Pfizer. But at some point, the Democratic Party might say, look, we're going to lose in every imaginable way unless we let this guy be our candidate. We'll work with him. We'll find a way. Because if you vote for Biden, I hear about how bad I am for voting for Trump. My hands were shaking when I voted for Trump in 2016. I would have voted for Bernie, I think. I would say, they'll neuter him. He means well. We can handle him, right? Trump wasn't obvious. If you vote for Biden while criticizing me for voting for Trump, just bear in mind that you're voting for a guy who achieved nothing in the Senate, with a high probability molested his daughter by her admission, with a high probability raped a woman many years ago, in which unbelievably credible, but it got buried there was contemporaneous evidence at the time that she told people but didn't tell the authorities. He's a grifter of a higher order. He sells us to the Japanese, to the Chinese, to Ukraine, and who knows who else. He's already been tagged with $20 million of grift. He's using his son, who's a crackhead, as his mule. Right? What kind of sick bastard is that? Who you want to tell me with a straight face you voted for Biden? Please don't do so holier than thou, because you just voted for one of the most wretched, repulsive people that I can name. I would do a write-in vote for Ralph Nader. There's nothing would get me to vote for Biden. Nothing. And he's demented. On top of it all, he's demented. He's working with an IQ that's already low. Oh, and a compulsive liar. Did I mention that part? You check none of the boxes. In terms of leadership, you check none with Biden. None. Yet there's people who are listening to this going, well, I'm going to vote for Biden. I go, yeah, fuck you. I don't care. But I will live with you having voted for Biden, but don't you dare give me guff for who I vote for, because you just voted for the worst presidential candidate in history, in my opinion. I didn't have a problem with Obama. Carter, I'd bring him back in a heartbeat. Right? I'd bring back Mondale. I'd bring back Hubert Humphrey. I'd bring back, you can, any of them. I'm not sure I'd bring back LBJ. So that's the story, and I think it's possibly true about the pedophilia and corruption. You own the people. I think it is probably pervasive in Hollywood. It's not just about pedophiles being pervs and enjoying it. It's about you are not given the authority unless you're controllable, and you're not controllable now if you have a taste for women. You can be a womanizer. In the old days, remember when Gary Hart lost the presidential run when there was a picture of him with a blonde sitting on his lap? That would not get 15 minutes on the news now. So you have to get hum jobs from 5-year-olds. So that's what they do. I think there's actually cases where they say, look, we're going to film you having sex with a 5-year-old. Then we'll give you wealth and power. Make the call. I think it's that bad, probably. Not probably, possibly. So I've dug into all this, and it's just sick fuck stuff. And if 2 million kids are now, the 2 million number is a vague number, because I think it includes runaways. That's not trafficking.
It's an astronomical number. I can't comprehend all these kids being sold into pedophilia.
No, they're not.
Some of it's slavery, some of it's different things, but it's still a lot of hidden.
Some of it's just
bodies.
Street prostitution and stuff like that.
A lot of hidden bodies in just America alone. If 85,000 people are crossing a border a year, or disappearing after crossing the border.
Yeah, and which president's letting this happen? Which president's letting this happen?
Maybe all of them. Based on the way we're talking about
not
this.
Trump. He tried. He didn't do a good job. So maybe it was just a head fake.
Maybe Trump is the new Reagan.
Well,
another creative
Maybe
character.
Reagan wasn't the old Reagan, right? Who knows?
Right.
Who knows? That's exactly right.
It's hard to tell.
So Whitney says, if you think you're going to vote the problem away, you're dreaming. Right now, my greatest hope is Robert Kennedy. My greatest hope is that he is not corrupted. There's all sorts of things he could potentially do that I would disagree with. But he looks old school.
Do you think there's hope in this equation?
I think if the Democrats realize they're going to get crushed in every imaginable category, they might put him up. And then,
when we talk about the kind of design and control that's in place around these systems.
Well, if I'm right about the pedophilia and stuff,
this seems insurmountable through legal, respectable channels.
So the
it's really hard
risk
to fight
is that
someone who can fight dirty.
It's really the great risk is that it goes forth turning violence, cultural revolution. That never works. But again, some guy kills a family member. Some guy destroys lives. If I'm going to go back to Leon Black, he destroys lives. Why is that not a capital offense?
Interesting. You bring up Leon Black. The other names that come to mind are Les Wexner.
Oh, absolutely.
The founder of Victoria's Secrets, who was, I think, Epstein's one of his earliest mentors, and people that he managed money for. I think he was a senator or very politically connected in Ohio. It makes Victoria's Secrets look like a complete front for a lot of this stuff, and to bring credibility to sort of this kind of industry and these machinations. I also think about Madoff, and something I think a lot about with Madoff is you talk about lives destroyed, but along the way, lives were also made. So, when it crumbles, there are lives destroyed, but Madoff's kids get to go to Harvard. The people he's helping make billions of dollars are going, they're sending their kids to Harvard. Their kids are being set up for life. You can't take that back. You can't claw back those connections, that network, all the sort of the legacy inheritances that are soft.
Which is not good legacy. It's not
good legacy, but it's there. It's baked in.
Right.
And it just seems like, and then I think a lot about like how much is enough. You talk about like Leon Black, you talk about Lex Wessner, and destroying lives through private equity, venture capital. And some of these things, I don't think all venture capital and all private equity is bad in and of itself. I think there are brilliant business people out there that take companies, combine them, find synergy, and et cetera.
Yeah, they're not all strip miners. They're not all strip miners.
They're not all strip, but I would say the majority of the industry, it seems like they're all strip miners because there is a lot of that you can suck a lot of value into your own orbit from others and play a zero-sum game. And it's become cutthroat, and it might feel that way or look that way. But you wonder how much of it is enough, and how much of, we talked about on the last episode, it just seems like people are making so many unethical decisions, and decisions that are against maybe not their own direct interests, but just humanity's interest, humanity's benefit. And if you're already worth $8 billion, 8 billion more is not really going to change your life. And possibly not even, not until the 7th generation of heirs is it going to affect. So what is it about?
Well, so I think one way to think about it, which makes it make sense, is that we all need neurotransmitters, serotonin, dopamine, right? So you go to a movie to scare you, neurotransmitters. You go to a movie to make you laugh, neurotransmitters. You have sex, neurotransmitters. And there, I have a friend who I shall not name, but he used to run an addiction clinic, and he thinks that a lot of addiction is about people who have low levels of neurotransmitters, and so they're very prone to addiction because they're very prone to get that charge, which you and I might get just by chatting. They need something more. So, my wife has been on and off serious painkillers. My wife has terrible health problems. She takes Dilaudid, but she never finishes a prescription. She's not a gulper. She takes them when she needs them. If she doesn't take them. It's 35 years. So this idea that the book Dope Sick, for example, conveys is like you sprain your ankle, you start taking oxycodone, you're going to be a junkie. It's just not true. But there is something that creates junkies, and I don't know what that is. But this guy's theory is if you are depleted in neurotransmitters naturally, you're working at a substandard level, that you will be prone to use mechanisms to get them. Now let's take it to the big guys. No matter how wealthy they are, how powerful they are, no matter what their lives have been, they still need neurotransmitters. So when you're worth $40 billion, what do you do? If you've humped every goddamn hot chick you can find because you're wealthy, what do you do? Start humping 5-year-olds. I don't know. You keep reaching. What made Harvey Weinstein reach and reach and reach? He needed neurotransmitters. And somehow he just didn't get his jollies. The guys who really don't need neurotransmitters, you don't even notice them because they're just kind of moseying through life, enjoying themselves and not raising holy hell. But if you read books on sociopathy, you'll find that the prisons are not filled with sociopaths. Wall Street CEOs, those are sociopaths.
Smart enough to get around the gatekeepers
Well, sociopathy is about having a lack of conscience, which gives you an advantage because you're not self-constraining. So you and I might say, look, I want to make money, but I'm not willing to sell 5-year-olds for a living. Well, if you're a sociopath, that doesn't matter to you. And there's probably degrees. There's probably degrees. But a serious sociopath, we at some point should talk about directed energy weapons and fires and shit, but that's next. I knew you were going to get me there, but there's just, if you look at the heinous things that have occurred through history, there's no reason to believe that somehow stopped. Right? Read Steven Pinker's book about, I think it's called The Better Angels Among Us or something. I read that one. I can never remember the titles, but he said the 20th century has been tame compared to previous centuries on a per capita basis. So it's 25 of the biggest kill-offs in history on a per capita basis. Out of the 25, 20 were not in the 20th century. So the 20th century we think is the most grisly. Only 5 of them are in the 20th century. The rest from previous eras where the population density was low, but the kill-off was huge per capita, right?
So if you're a sociopath and you're Leon Black, I don't know Leon Black, so I'm not saying he is, but let's say,
I don't know
you're an
either.
$8 billion net worth sociopath. Are you, some of them get away with it all?
Well,
some Bernie Madoffs don't get caught.
well, Bernie Madoff was known to be running a Ponzi scheme by J.P. Morgan for 10 years.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So
the
there's
whistleblower,
sociopaths there.
Mark Makalopoulos, or whatever his name is, out of Boston.
Markopolis, yeah.
Yeah, who's reporting him. And it's kind of obvious, his split strike program. You could just look at it and say, well, it's just really hard to get a VIG of 10% when you're doing a 2%, cutoff here and collar.
So people at J.P. Morgan knew he was running a Ponzi scheme. What did they do?
They enabled it.
They charged him high fees.
Right.
That's sociopathy. You talk to guys who are on Wall Street, and many of the people I know and like and stuff talk about it ripping the soul out of them. So you can go there as an ambitious young punk out of college and sort of white knuckle the things that you're told to do. But then at some point you have fuck you money or something, and you just say, I'm out of here. I'm losing my soul. Those are the good people. Those are the guys who thought they were just ambitious, and they realized they were kind of trapped in a vortex, and they get out. They don't work for Leon Black, not for long. And so
then crossing over to directed energy weapons. I never heard of this, I think, before.
I hadn't heard of DEWs until a week ago.
Yeah. And then just so much talk coming out of Hawaii about various things, but particularly around what seems to be strange fires.
Precedes that, though.
Okay.
The story was out there. The first, I'm going to swing it all the way to the ultimate darkness moment, but I'm not going to go there yet. And that is, so the fires. And I've been posting a lot of stuff on directed energy weapons. What are these? These are weapons that are based on the idea of directing high energy towards a target, whether it's a particle beam, there's tritium beams, and there's various neutrino beams and things like that, or a certain frequency light, like lasers, various high energy lasers. And it turns out that they're not deniable. I mean, they're known. They're known to exist. I actually watched a video this weekend of the Secretary of Defense in 2020 talking about how the Chinese have very dangerous ones, right? So they're not denied. They're not science fiction. They are Reagan's Star Wars. They go back to the 60s. And I'm pretty sure I can remember roughly when they started, because I remember when watching videos as a kid of lasers cutting through steel. Going, how the fuck do they do that? That's amazing. Light? Really? Cutting through steel. And so I'm sure the Defense Department, I'm sure they funded the lasers. Ground zero, right? I'm sure they paid to have these things developed. And then there's the question, which you will have a very difficult time getting an answer to, that you're willing to believe, is how much energy can they direct? And I did deep dives this weekend through RAND reports and through MIT reports from 1984, just coincidentally 1984, and things like that, in which these are, one was a 90-page analysis of directed energy weapons, DEWs. And they talked about all the categories and all the potential uses and how all the limitations and how some are better at going through the atmosphere and how the tricks you can use to get through. So you do a double laser pulse. The first laser punches a hole through the atmosphere. The second one goes through the hole and hits the target. I mean, there's some clever shit out there. This thing was written 40 years ago. Given that I don't think there's any way that 40 years ago they could see the tech world we live in now, I got to figure that the projections from that report way understated it. And it was also not classified by its own admission. It said, look, this is not classified information. But the person said, I think I conveyed the basic principles. And they talk about how some will spread out the energy, and so it can be used to blanket things and stuff like that. But it really comes down to how much energy. So it takes just a few hours to convince yourself that we have lasers that we can shoot up and put a hole through a missile and bring it down. That's easy. That's easy to find convincing evidence that we can do that we can fire lasers and zap shit. And so the question is, where do you place the laser? Because the more atmosphere it has to go through and this and that. But what I'm also sure is that they're not telling us about the good shit. Right? The good shit's not being discussed in public. In fact, one could imagine this all being a big distraction so that we don't realize what the good shit is, right? So, oh yeah, laser can poke a hole in the shell of a missile. How cool. It's like, well, excuse me, but maybe it can completely vaporize the missile. And then I'm reading this report, and at one point it says nuclear powered. It said, if you had a 1 megaton nuclear powered weapon, I can't even remember which one, they said you could probably deliver 5% of the energy. Now I'm sitting there going, 5% of a megaton. I'm not a nuclear physicist, but I'm guessing that's destructive, right? Megaton bombs are big, huge explosions, which, by the way, don't get 100% of the energy either. And so you start taking it seriously, and then what happens is and where this surfaces in the context of these fires, and there are suspicious aspects of the fires that are a combination of politicians like I think it's the governor or mayor. Is it a mayor of Maui?
I think it's the mayor, who happens to be the same guy who was in Vegas as a deputy.
Oh no, that's the chief of police. Yeah, he was in Vegas when Vegas got shot up. Now he's in Maui, right? That could just be a coincidence, but it's one of those, you pause, you think, oh, that seems a little weird, right? You wouldn't want to bet your life there's a correlation, but it starts getting kind of curious. But then you got, I think, the mayor, who was talking about how they want to make sure that the people don't lose their traditional values, and so they want the state to buy up all the land. I go, oh, that'll work well. There's a good idea. And then you start hearing stories about a cop who was actually blocking people from leaving town. And you don't know whether to believe them. I mean, they're some of them could be completely
schools were
ridiculous.
closed that day. They would
I think is
the alarm
true.
system didn't work.
Right. But there's an argument that says, look, the alarm system is a tsunami system, and it tells people to head inland. Well, that's where the fires were. So you can imagine a guy going, I don't know what to do with the alarms now, right? You can imagine that being a problem.
Sure, yeah.
And the local authorities lied their ass off about the death toll, and I don't know why, because it's not like it's not going to come out. But the estimates I keep hearing are between 1,000 and 2,000 dead people, which will be heavily populated by kids in a town that's 9,000 people. This is not like Katrina. This is wiping out a town. This is utter destruction. And so then the realtors are in there right away making offers to people for their houses. And you go, okay, the sociopaths have arrived, right? But that's what they do. And then you find out that the insurance companies are claiming they're not going to pay for some reason, which now all of a sudden you're broke, you're screwed, and you get an offer for your house. And the insurance company is saying, we're not covering it. And so boom. And then you find out a story about how a month ago, an executive order out of I don't know. See, Maui's an island. It's not a state. So I don't know who this guy was. He's either mayor of Maui or something. Lahaina had really strict development codes. It was this old town, a lot of indigenous people, things like that. It was like Provincetown or something, and it's long, stretched out across the coast. It goes right along the coast, which is what you do if you lived in Hawaii. You wouldn't build off the coast. And he he dropped all the building codes restrictions a month ago. A month ago. And
How does
everyone
that-
was appalled. Well, it seems awfully coincidental.
How would that impact things?
Well, now you can come in and build hotels.
Oh, so going forward, everything build. Oh, I see what you're saying.
All of
Build
a
bigger
sudden,
and bigger.
There's no rules.
Right.
Right.
And then there was that that book that came out on Amazon like the day after.
Yeah, but that's a GPT.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Right. So you put into Chat GPT, write me a book about the Maui fires, but include climate change. That's going to be a bunch of GPT climate change shit, plus some Maui fire shit, all mixed together up on Amazon 5 days.
Boom,
no brainer.
got it.
Right.
So no guy.
Right. You know, I'm a climate change denier. I probably mentioned it last time because I take every chance. I think it's a big grift, a gigantic grift. I've dug into it. I think predicting the weather in 2100.
I think it goes beyond the grift. I
2100.
think it's about getting us to
Power.
self-select out of using power and energy in our own
There's
life.
control issues.
It's all Marxism, yeah.
There's all sorts of things going here. What isn't going on here,
But the grift makes it work because it funds it and gets the message out.
And gets everyone to sign off on it.
Right, and gets the right people paid to perpetuate it.
Right. How many people are going to walk away from a $30 trillion honeypot?
Right.
We say, oh, you can sell solar panels, you can sell this, you can sell that, we'll fund your battery company. Well, the grift. Everyone just ties their grift to the wagon of $30 trillion. Now, if you actually look at the story carefully, which in 2016, I believed it. I was agnostic because I'm not qualified. I was unqualified. And I asked scientists, they all believed it. But I had a doctor friend who started poking at me saying, how do you know climate change is real? And I answered him. I said, look, everybody I know, I'm on a science dense campus, right? Everybody. My brother started poking me. And then finally I said to the doc, I said, I don't think there's any credible scientists who don't sign off on this model. That's the problem I'm having. I don't know, but he said, oh, yes, there are.
Right. You gotta look for
I
them.
said, send me names. And he sends me names. I'm thinking, okay, he's going to send me from Sheboygan State College or something, right? And it's going to be some douchebag. And I go, I don't, as much as I don't like the elitism, but if you're going to tell me climate change is not real, you better send me someone from Stanford, Caltech, right? And they were guys from Stanford, Princeton, Caltech. And they were elite scientists. And I'm going, okay, but these are guys who probably said this climate model's wrong, and that's being twisted into it, therefore climate change is wrong. So I start Googling. That's not what it was. These are guys who are saying I dug into it, and the climate change story is horseshit. Unambiguously, horseshit. The former head of the National Academy of Sciences, horseshit, right? Find me a solar physicist who believes the narrative. They all go, see that big ball of fusion up there? That's what's doing it, guys. You're on the wrong track. 2022 winner of the Nobel Prize just came out and gave a speech saying it's all horseshit. So the big lie right away blows to bits. The big lie being no credible scientists doubts it. There's tons of credible scientists. Then you start digging in and you just start finding lies everywhere. Bald-faced lies. It's the hottest it's ever been, except for in the Middle Ages when it was hotter. Except for when ancient Egypt was rocking when it was hotter. And then you hear, well, the polar bears are going extinct. Well, actually, the polar bears population has tripled since the 70s. And then you find out that, the ocean's getting more salinated. And then you find out that whole study just blew to bits. And you find out that the Great Barrier Reef, after a bad series of hurricanes and the traffic from the tourists disappeared for a while, totally rejuvenated. And you just keep finding this stuff, and you go, nothing's. And then you see plots of the energy. It says, I got into it with an activist, and I said, look, it looks like fraud to me what you just posted. She said, what do you mean? And I said, look at figure 26. That's fraud. And what it was is burn acreage in the Southwest United States plotted over the 20th century in total. So it wasn't year by year. It was the growing summation of the burn acreage divided into neatly man-made based and natural. I go, that's crap. You can't separate those two. But the first thing you notice as a scientist, you never plot the accumulated total. You might if you have an S&P 500 index. But if I said we have a terrible cancer problem and I plot the number of cancers over the 20th century accumulating, it would go from lower left, upper right, by definition. So you never do that. You would plot by year, and what you'd notice is the cancer is going down, not up. And then she said, oh, you have to read the primary literature. So I went to the paper. And they had neatly removed one word from the plot, and the word was modeled. Now, I knew it was modeled, but the guys who presented this plot as saying, look how bad it is, didn't like the word modeled. Because then you say, well, it's just a model. So they took it out. They just took it out. And there's climate, there's scandals all over. There's a climate gate scandals. We're getting Michael Mann, who's blocked me on Twitter, as has Peter Daszak, as has Steve Leisman, as has a bunch of people. Who just fabricated shit. And then they just tried to cover it up. And his colleagues said, you know, this is garbage. His colleagues hammered him. So I think there's serious climate scientists who just have to kind of keep their head down. Here's what I can guarantee you. If I submitted a grant to the National Science Foundation, you always have to have preliminary data. You never submit a grant dead cold. They'll say, you got to put some blood on the page. You got to show me that it's not a complete waste of our money. If I showed data that suggested my research is going to show that there is no climate change, I would never be funded. I've asked believers in climate change in this world, and they'd say, yes, you're correct. What that means is every climate scientist who has a voice, which means every climate scientist who's funded, has signed off. They cannot deviate. It's like vaccines. So, interesting case of Steve Koonin. There's guys from print, they're all over the place. But Steve Koonin was former Caltech physicist, expert in modeling, former provost, former Obama science advisor, wrote a book saying it is not mathematically possible to predict what they're predicting. Harvard physicist saying same thing. Talked to a famous tweeter who I won't name because I don't think he wants to be quoted, but you'd know him, who used to be a vice president of a major corporation. And he said, when I get in this debate, I just say, look, they're nonlinear equations. They can't be solved. The climate models can't even account for clouds yet. Hello? So your models are worth what? So you get into that. And so I don't even know how I got off on that story. But in any event, so they blame the Maui fires on climate change. Let's get back to that. Mm-hmm. I had noticed some weird shit about the fires. And some of the shit didn't make sense. I didn't know. You ever seen the videos of the trees that are burning on the inside of the tree?
No.
If you search trees burning on the inside on Google, you search and you just look at pictures or look at videos, you'll see trees in which you're looking in this knothole and there's flames going up the center of the tree. And they'll say, oh, that's because the center's rotten. I got trees burning from the inside. They're just odd things. I remember these things in retrospect, which is what remembering means. But I watched the Quebec fires. My first thought was, that orange smoke is weird. I think I was wrong about that. I don't think it's that weird, but it kind of got my attention. There's people who said they kind of smelled more like something from Saudi Arabia burning than trees, but that could be buildings. I don't know. But then I saw this video, which at the time I thought was interesting, but it got real interesting, I'd say this weekend, where a guy shows a satellite view of the Quebec fire starting. And you can see it. He says, watch. And it's this time-lapse thing. And the fires all start. And I'd say there's probably 25 or 30 of them. So you go, oh, it sounds like arson, doesn't it? Right? 25 or 30 fires starting. You go, oh, maybe the embers lit the fire. Maybe they blew across and lit the fire. But you can see they all start simultaneously. You see no fire. You see plumes starting to poke out of about 25 places. And then eventually the plumes reach across Quebec. Now, here's the key. If embers were spreading, they wouldn't go faster than the plume. So you'd see plumes appearing in a row, like the Hawaiian Islands, for example, right? You wouldn't see them simultaneously because the embers wouldn't be able to travel. And then I went back to it this week, and I'd seen this about 6 months ago. I said, how big is that region? So I boot up a map of Quebec. I find the satellite image. I go, oh, that's that bay right there. This crudely circular pattern, if you measure diameter both directions, was about 350 miles. And therefore, it has nothing to do with the fire moving, because the fire can't move 350 miles in less than, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. And they didn't do that. So then now you go back to Lahaina and you start hearing about the fires. We're sort of breaking out everywhere. Now, I mentioned for a reason that Lahaina stretches along the coast. If you actually look at a map, so about the dimensions of a hot dog, right? I mean, it's all length, no width. So if a fire started and the winds were blowing off the mountains, which is what they say, wouldn't it have just like blown through the town like a tornado would blow through the town? The winds are going from the hills to the ocean. Then you start reading stories about the boats 50 yards offshore are burning. And then what you'll see is people saying, look at that, the trees didn't burn. You'll see 2 houses not just burnt, white ash burnt. Now, if there's a fireman listening to this, I would love to have you reach out and tell me what I'm missing here, because a fireman would know what a burnt house is supposed to look like, and what the risk to neighboring houses are, and how hard is it for the fire to go from house A to house B to house C, that sort of thing. But there's houses that are white ash, close together with trees in the middle, with the pine needle still on the trees. In front of the house are cars that are melted. The tires, the rims are melted. The cars are scorched. There's no fuel to scorch the car. Now, it could be, you could say, well, the gas in the tank blew out. And the other thing you notice is if you watch one of the comprehensive videos where they really cover all of Lahaina and they focus on the burnt shit, what you watch for is the houses that aren't burnt. And there'll all of a sudden be a house that's pristine or a building that's pristine. And it didn't even get grazed or something. You go, I don't get this. And then you go back to Paradise Fires in California and you see the similar thing. You can see houses in a row that are scorched with pine trees right next to them that didn't burn. And there's people say, well, trees are adapted to withstand fires. I go, they're not adapted not to burn. They're adapted to not die. So you fry the tree and then it rejuvenates. So I'm looking at that. And there's a big one that preceded all of this, which I'll tell you about at the end. And I get onto a video by a guy who's an arborist. And I've subsequently had people email me and say, the guy knows what he's talking about. I do that shit too. The guy knows what he's talking about. And he does 2 interviews. You only need to watch one. And he talks about the different trees and how flammable they are. And he says, this tree right here, I could light on fire with a cigarette lighter. These things burn like you wouldn't believe. And then he shows pictures of these trees, white pine, I think maybe one of them. I can't remember. I'm just making this shit up. And he says, they're right next to the melted car. So something turned the car to complete crap. Yet the trees have their needles. Now, they look like they might have died, and he emphasizes that. And he says, these trees are dead, but the needles aren't burnt. And then he shows trees. He goes through the different trees. He says, these trees got fried. And he says, you know what different these trees? These trees have a water core. As in, like, I've seen videos of this where someone like takes something and drills into the core of a tree and the water pours out. These trees are like water storage facilities. He said, those are the trees that burn from the inside. Those are the trees for which the fire goes up the core of the tree. So now you're starting to go, microwaves? Did something light the tree by frying the core of the tree? And then the guy starts going through. He said, I've been to probably 100 fire sites now. He says, I rush there now. And he was very compelling. He says, I rush there now because cleanup crews appear very quickly. He says, if you get there ahead of them, what you'll find is plastic chairs and shit that were untouched. So when you cook food in your microwave, you put it in a plastic bowl. The bowl doesn't even get hot. So these DEWs have frequency sensitive energy delivery. That I know as a chemist. You want to vibrate something and make it fry, you got to hit the right frequency to get the thing vibrating. Microwaves vibrate water molecules. Microwaves of a slightly different wavelength might have a different effect while still hitting the water. I just don't know. I'm not a physicist. But the guy shows fences. He says, look at this fence, how it burned. And you'll see wire going across the fence. And the only burn on the fence is where the wire's tacked on the fence. So it burns where there's wire. And then he shows a fence post. It's like somewhat burnt, but there's these indented charrings regular down the fence post. So it's this deep indentation. He says, look at that. See those? Those are nails sticking out of that. It burnt where the nails were. And so I spent all weekend reading this shit. And then I go back to some more Lahaina shit. There's videos, and there's a handful of fires in Lahaina, and someone says they all started at the same time. I go, where have I heard that before? And then I'm trying to think what else I want to say before. But the question comes down to, how do you deliver enough energy? How do you deliver it? The answer is, in 1945, we didn't think it was even possible to destroy a city with one bomb until we vaporized Hiroshima. The impossible became fact in one instant. The question is, what is right now the impossible that becomes fact at some critical instant? So the question is, who's doing it? I've got two scenarios. You got stupid things like the weather balloon going over the country. Why didn't we shoot it down? Whose is it? What was that all about? And it means nothing except for the fact you go, I know the story's wrong. I know they're lying. There's no way our military, if they were looking at this thing and it was China's, there's no way they wouldn't bring it down unless they had some reason not to. And then it goes all the way across the country, and then over the East Coast, they bring it down, which could have been done with a bottle rocket, basically, but they use some $1 million missile. And you go, what was that all about? I don't know. I just know that they're lying.
Yeah, why didn't they want to bring that in and look at it?
I think that to presume you can come up with an explanation that's factual.
It made everything seem really childish.
It's foolish. Yes.
On everyone's part. If that's
right.
China's.
So it can't be that simple then.
Yeah.
It can't be that simple. It could be our balloon. It could be we blame China. There's just no way to know.
Right.
So now, where did this come from? It was simmering inside for a long time, and I might have caught it. Anyways, but about a week ago, I'm watching, and I think I must have tweeted something. I must have been sort of starting to get into what the hell's going on. I think someone sent it to me, tagged me with it. I'm a truther. So I believe 9/11 is beyond a shadow of a doubt not what we were told. There's a lot of unanswered questions. How do you blow up the buildings? How do you bring down 2 buildings perfectly, then bring down a 3rd building perfectly? The pancake model never made sense because I would expect it to go asymmetric quickly, and then it would stop pancaking. 210-story buildings pancaking perfectly. And then the Pentagon gets hit. Impossibility. An impossibility because it flew a flight path that aeronautical engineers by the dozens have said would shred the plane. In a flight path that dozens of jumbo jet pilots have said I could never fly that flight path. And then you find that there's not a single bit of footage showing the Pentagon getting hit. A city with more cameras per square inch than any city in the country.
Very
with
little
45 minutes
footage of
notice.
the 2 planes hitting the towers.
But I can live with it, even though I also know the arguments that something's not right there. But I can live with it.
I mean, in the front of those planes, I mean, they smashed up like paper. I mean, they don't go through
yes.
concrete.
That's right. And so there's, and Bush's nephew was head of security, the towers, and, the insurance. There's just everything.
Yep.
But building 7 is most people's rallying cry. For me, the Pentagon is even a bigger one. Because to not have a single shred of footage on something we watched for 45 minutes before it happened, and there's how many cameras do you think exist in DC? 100,000 maybe?
Yeah.
There was 41,000 hours of footage at the Capitol.
Just the symbolism and the timing of that alone. I mean, 2 planes have already struck, and now we're going to let a 3rd plane in American airspace hit the crown jewel of the defense establishment.
And the Shanksville plane that people said, look, there was no debris, right? So then someone
we wouldn't have shot it down. Yeah, I get you.
And I'll explain where the other planes went.
I was in Manhattan on that day. I used to work on the 90th floor of Tower 2.
Oh, boy.
Months before that, yeah.
So someone sends me a video of a woman named Judy Wood, who is considered a total crackpot. She's a terrible, terrible verbal communicator. So I watched her at one point. The guys who say she's a crackpot say, just go watch the video she did with someone named Jenkins or something. And I had watched her videos. I'll get to her videos in a minute, but I watched Jenkins grilling her. Now, the guys who were grilling her were truthers. Now, I'm not convinced that's true. I think it's possible their truth is actually something that they've accepted. But the truth she was getting at was maybe like, oh, no, that truth is not acceptable. She's getting asked questions, and she's totally bobbling. And I go, Judy, I've listened to 2 videos of yours. I could have handled that fucking question. You're a nitwit. But here's her story. And listeners, I want you to go look. I remember hearing for years that there was like almost no evidence of human occupation of the buildings by the time they had collapsed, right? The rescue workers would say, we weren't even finding pieces of cell phones. We weren't finding anything. Supposedly 1,500 people never got their DNA identified. I don't care how big a building drops on you. There's going to be a pretty bad smudge mark. And when they find it, they're going to find fingers, and they're going to find shit. And they're going to identify everyone. Now, a few will get by. 1,500, supposedly. And in the absence of cell phones. And then I remember this. I'm told, now, if I could be corrected on this one, but I'm told 1 filing cabinet's in the museum there. It's all crumpled up like crazy. And the claim is it's the only filing cabinet they found. Now, it's estimated there were 45,000. There's still 45,000 filing cabinets at the bottom of the rubble, if that's what happened. And since the buildings fell, they didn't become a towering inferno. They could be all shapes and sizes, but they're not gone. And supposedly only 1 was found. And I remember these stories from years ago. So this is not someone inventing a new story. So Judy Woods talks about this stuff. And then go look at the towers. Pause this video and go look at the towers. Just go look at videos. Look at a picture of the Twin Towers coming down. What is striking, once you've come to terms with this idea, is the amount of dust.
All right, walk through it.
Right.
I was down there 5 days after helping Bank of New
billowing,
York.
Billowing.
Well, yeah, you were
dust.
covered in it days after. You go below 14th Street.
But that's not the pancake model.
Mm.
The dust is not the pancake model. So Judy does a nice job of looking at the pile of rubble. And you go, well, how do I know that's not the pile that's been removed? And one of them, she says, see that? That's building 7. It hasn't come down yet. So she points out building 7. So you know the pile that's filmed on January, on September 11th. But she shows these piles of rubble. And then she shows landmarks nearby saying, okay, here's this building right here. That turns out to be the 3rd floor of that building. You can see it right there. And she gets your bearings. Then she draws a lobby of the Twin Tower that she's talking about in any particular image. And she says, the pile of rubble does not reach the top of the lobby. 110 stories.
Mm.
The pile of rubble. So they say, well, I saw it was billowing out.
Well,
but there really is a sort of an absence of rubble, which
there is an absence of rubble, yeah.
I wouldn't bet my career on this, but this would not have, if it wasn't building 7 and the Pentagon, all that shit, I'd go, look, I don't care. You're dreaming. I watched girders and beams flopping off the building, so it's spread all over Kingdom Come and whatever. So I don't care. But you look at the dust and you go, that is huge volumes of dust. Why would it turn to dust? Why wouldn't it just be big chunks of concrete just going whack, whack, whack? Right. There would be some dust, but we are talking something that looked more like a volcano.
Yeah, I saw it from 30 miles away at Jones Beach on a boat. I mean, yeah, there was a huge plume of dust and the city was filled with dust. I get what you're saying. I don't know where you're going, but I get it.
I'll tell you where I'm going, and it gets real weird real fast. But it explains stuff that I don't think the truthers have been able to explain. So they say, okay, so it's brought down. How do you plant the bombs? You know, all sorts of shit. She shows slow-mos. Now, what I haven't taken the time yet, but I'm going to, is to check her videos against normal ones on YouTube and to see if I can see the same thing she talks about in the normal ones, make sure she didn't jerk it around. And she says, watch the stuff fall off the building. The first one she draws our attention to is a big chunk of the building coming off. And it's falling. And then it just kind of powders. You go, where'd it go? Where'd it go? And then you say, okay, then it could be an optical illusion. So then you go to the building and you see these girders flying off it. You've seen them, right? You can see them. And she says, just follow one. Follow any one of them if you wish. And you see this girder falling off the building. There's hundreds of them up there. And they're falling. And they just start vaporizing. And pretty soon there's no girder falling. And you actually notice some, now this is where I got to check to see if it's fraudulent, but no one's accused her of that. You actually see it, the dust that's falling ceased to catch up with the dust that was being spewed out. And so the girder, which should be going like a demon towards the ground at this point, just as it turns to dust, it also ceases to fall. So now we're in total psycho loony land. This, I totally admit it. And there's a lot of homework to be done before I actually sign off on this. But then she points to cars, burnt cars, melted hubcaps. She says, look at this. This car actually has a hole in it. And then she'll point to another car, nothing. She'll say, you know these burnt cars here? There were people near here and they didn't burn up. The hell is that? That car burnt and there was no fire there. Why would a car burn? Well, okay, something hit it in the gas tank. There were a lot of them. So she shows a map and she maps all the burnt cars. She identifies from all the footage, all the burnt cars. And they're sort of scattered around. Some of them are pretty far from the buildings. And so she never commits to what caused this. She says they didn't blow up. They didn't pancake. And she's a lousy communicator, as I said. So I have a friend who has 2 Nobel Prizes and can't put together a coherent sentence. So I've seen this before. I should speak for her. She should just tell me what to say and I should speak for her. So in any event, it looks like the other stuff I was talking about. So I now have to go back and watch that fucking video again, because when I watched that one, I hadn't watched all the arborists talking about the trees. He said the trees that got most damage in the fire, I'm backing off the arborist again. He said they're the ones with heavily water. There are trees he said, this breed of tree right here, it lives off the water in the ground. He says, you could cut this down 20 times, it'll grow back. He said, they're now dead. And so it really smacks of a material sensitive source of fire. I just saw one by this guy, Stu Peters, who is everybody's favorite loon. I mean, Stu gloms onto all the things that are screwed up. So Stu is, I'll say a grifter, but I agree with some of the shit he says. And it's just spectacular to see these fried houses surrounded by trees. Now, imagine I'm right. Imagine Judy's right. Imagine these guys who believe this shit are right. And I don't care if I look like an asshole, because I'm just trying to figure it out. A satellite up there somehow with way more firepower than we can imagine. Now, all of a sudden, you don't have to plant bombs in the towers. You can decide to bring down Tower 7 whenever you want. Where did the planes go if they didn't do a 270, 540 knot dive into the Pentagon? That's where they went. And there's all sorts of other lies with 9/11, which anyone who's a truther knows them all. Anyone who hasn't accepted the fact that model, go watch the 4-hour documentary, The New Pearl Harbor. Go find it and watch it. And if you can watch that and you don't buy it, send me an email. Now, once you accept 9/11, forget this new era version. The world has changed for you. Right? Once you realize that we destroyed the towers, and people say, well, why? I go, to get to the Middle East, that's the easiest question of them all.
And to take away our rights.
And to take away our rights.
And to limit international travel before you eliminate domestic travel.
But it got us into the Middle East where we wanted
changed
to
America
be
forever.
Forever.
It was...
So I've been reading about these DEWs, and most everything you read, it sounds like, missile piercing laser beams. And you go, that's not enough power to do anything that I've talked about. And I go, yes, but that's also the shit on the internet right now. And I just don't know what we have. And it's way on the edge of science fiction. I mean, but so is the atomic bomb. And so there's no law of physics that's being broken here. And then the question is why? And the answer is, well, the climate grift is part of control. So if you want to start fires and cause people to get all freaky weird, and by the way, if you really want to control the climate grift, killing 2,000 out of 9,000 people in Lahaina would be a new level of pain. And they're already saying it's climate change. By the way, for those who think climate change is wrong, tell you what, I'll concede it to you. I'll give it to you. I say, okay, temperature's rising fast. Sea level's rising. Sea level's rising at the thickness of a dime per year, according to the guys who are actually claiming we're in trouble. Temperature's rising some fraction of a degree every year, according to the people who say we're in trouble. Let's accept that. Do you really think that if the sea level is rising the thickness of a dime a year, which could also be natural, I should add, that you can see it? That you can say, oh, that flooding is because of climate change? You're an idiot if you think that. And if we're rising some fraction of some hundredths of a degree per year, do you really think that hot fucking day in August is because of a fraction?
What I keep going back to is I'm being told to believe things that my eyes are not seeing, to just disagree with my own basic instinct. I mean, I was in New York City on 9/11. It didn't feel like the story was real. We can sense these things. I mean, like, you look at sort of climate change and just sort of sea level rising. You can look at pictures of the Statue of Liberty. The water level hasn't changed in 100 years since we received that as a gift. Rich people are still building waterfront housing to no end. They're still flying their planes. And
so I like to ask people, what's the worst thing that can happen? Tell me now, my wife always turned to species going extinct, and I go, so let's say you have a species whose optimum habitat is in Pennsylvania. You raise the temperature a degree or two over 80 years, 100 years. They will slowly but surely slide up to New York.
Right.
Right?
And everything will be okay.
Right. And then you say, well, you raise the sea level and Florida will be flooded. And I go, and what's your point?
Right.
Those Florida houses are depreciating in over about 20 years, maybe. Show me a house that's right on the coast, and I'll show you a house that's not 100 years old. And, in Venice, people, they just adapt. The houses are sinking, and they just keep putting more house on top, and we adapt. And so you can't name something that catches my attention as a catastrophic event. Oh, we're going to starve. I go, no, we're going to grow our crops. And you hear about, you read, I love the stupid articles. I get the feeling that people are just playing with us at this point, but they say, that you're getting kidney stones because of dehydration, because of climate change. I go, so let me see if I got this right. If I move from Ithaca down to Sayre, Pennsylvania, which is an hour south, will I run into people who are getting kidney stones down there because they live in Sayre and I live in Ithaca? That's the kind of change that they're saying causes kidney stones. So I would say that the climate cultists, I'm going to call them that because I'm sick of arguing with them. I'm going to insult them. You got to start making your case better. If you want to make your case, but here's the deal: you're getting suckered. You're getting profoundly suckered. And if you can't figure that out, then I don't know how to help you. Now, my wife talks about pollution. I go, oh, okay, I agree with you. But if you don't identify the problem clearly, you won't solve it. The solution to pollution, for example, would be natural gas. But the climate goofballs want to get rid of that. Actually, the funniest thing, I was with Marty Bent one day, who you know well, and he kind of brought it together, and I added a little dimension to it. But they want to circle the earth with a cloud of black soot to block the sun, while telling us we have to use solar panels to get the energy, then outlawing generators that we would use to handle some of the problems that will occur from such a stupid fucking plan. Right? So they're just goofing with us. Then you watch someone like John Kerry, and he'll be giving a speech. John Kerry knows less about climate change than I do. I'm positive he knows less about climate change than I do. And he's talking about how we're going to have to spend $4 trillion a year. He's in the middle of a speech. And someone yells out, 6 trillion. He goes, yeah, 6 trillion. I go, you're just making this shit up, you asshole. And by the way, John Kerry was constructed. I think John Kerry's probably some pedophile-derived thing. Does it seem odd to you that John Kerry happened to be the guy who sat in Congress with his fatigues talking about the atrocities of the Vietnam War? Does it seem odd to you that John Kerry was best buddies with Bob Mueller in prep school? Bob, you're going to be a right-winger. John, you're going to be the left-winger. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to create an image for you. Remember Lena Wen and COVID?
Yep.
Lena Wen,
Back
the
to the
Harvard
Boston
professor.
Marathon bombings.
Yeah, and she's this famous Harvard professor. So, and she was also president of Planned Parenthood for about 6 months. Right? Let's build a resume. No, It's even worse than that. I went and read her papers. They're total crap. So this Harvard professor writes papers that should, in the very least, blow my circuits, because I'm not a Harvard medical school professor. And so I shouldn't know her field, but I should be able to say, wow, there's obviously some firepower in here. And they're stupid. In elite journals, stupid, like the layout of an ER in some hospital in Lancet. And I go, why is that in Lancet? And the answer is because she needed 150 fucking papers on her resume if she's going to be a CIA operative. I'm positive. By the way, her sister is seriously connected with the power structure in China. And then you ask like crazy ass shit like, why did Bud Light go after the whole Dylan Mulvaney story and then follow that with the drag queen show? Right? You think, okay, note to self, don't do that again. And then they do a drag queen show. And you go, I don't care, right? It was funny. They deserve what they got. And then you say, okay, now explain to me why the CEO of Ann Bush or Ambev, I think it's called, it's former CIA.
InBev, yeah.
InBev is former CIA. And I can't connect those dots. But I sit there and go, fuck, is anything normal? I reading Whitney's book, the Epstein series, was, again, painful. If you're going to read it, you can skip over part 1 and go right to part 2. You won't miss anything. She actually explains why she built part 1, because she said, if I talk about the evil shit from half a century ago, people go, oh yeah, they buy it. Their Overton window opens a little bit. Then she says, as I move forward, and it starts moving into familiar names, the Overton window hopefully has been open enough that they go, okay, now I got it. Reagan was not who he appeared to be. Oh, I got it. Mitch McConnell's not who he appeared to be. Oh, I got it, And she said, if I had to build confidence with the first volume, I think is what she said. It was in a podcast she did. And so I've concluded that you show me an organization above some threshold of money, I'll show you an organization that in some crude way is a front for the CIA. I think they've got, I think the evildoers have their paws in everything. Let's look at the bank failures, right? Silicon Valley Bank. Everyone has a real clear description of why it failed, right? They say, they shouldn't have bought so many treasuries. And first of all, the absurdity of failing because you bought treasuries strikes me as at least underscoring the absurdity of modern central banking. Because if you put a banker in the position where they can't buy treasuries safely, and they say, oh, well, but they didn't hedge. I go, okay, but they were scrounging to find a way to make profit because there was no profit left in banking. But then I asked the rhetorical question, for which I have no data, but for which history has data. Is it possible the 4 banks that have failed are just CIA banks that have been wrapped up? BCCI, lend money to the various organizations and then fail. Can you refute that? I would worry about how to refute that. When I see a company fail, Yellow Truck, and it's too hard to do, I've given up this exercise, but I've been trying to do it. Some company fails. I do time-constrained searches on the company and private equity. Because what I believe is all these companies like Bed Bath & Beyond and Toys R Us is a classic, but I think a lot of them have been strip mined.
Yeah.
And I don't think Leon Black is just a rich guy. I think they're being strip mined by all sorts of people.
Yep.
And so is it possible you cannot be a vast financial empire, whether a big corporation or whatever, without being implicitly a CIA front?
Yeah, and I think some of these companies are even run not even to be profitable, but to be social messaging vehicles and control
Right.
narratives like Nike. Nike, you would think Nike would be a top 10 company in the world. It's like a top 300 company. They should be way more profitable. I think that's because the people that own these companies own all the companies. So they don't mind if a little business goes to Reebok as long as their message gets out and the control they want. And they don't care, if that company doesn't do well. They own all the companies. I want to touch on central banking. You said you've been diving into that. And I think, that
Well,
kind
I've been diving into that for 20 years. So yeah.
Well, I want to hear a little bit about that because, we talked a little bit about pedophilia and directed energy weapons. And I think
Central
banks
bankers
ties into this. And it's a weird anecdote, but movies are getting popular again. It seems like, and one of the first movies that kind of caught everyone's eye, I think, in a mainstream kind of way was Top Gun 2.
Right.
And what I thought was weird about that movie,
I'm listening. I have to step away.
Yeah.
You keep talking because I got headphones on.
What I thought was weird about that movie was that there was no identifiable enemy for the first time in a huge Hollywood film.
You mean he wasn't shooting up Ruskies or something?
No, it was just vague.
Who was he shooting?
We don't know. Just some unidentified, threatening nation that was looking to develop some capability that we didn't want them to have.
A DEW.
It seemed like maybe an Eastern European nation, but they didn't explicitly say anyone. They wouldn't show anyone without their mask on. And it seemed to make us look less powerful. They even talk about in the movie, they have weapons that are as strong as ours or better than ours. And so one of the things I think about with these directed energy weapons is this sort of, do multiple nations and competing parties have this technology? Is this one party that has this technology? But then I want to know, what have you been kind of digging into with central banks lately? And I just really want to know what you're looking at lately with that.
Well, I'm the most bearish guy on Twitter. Conventionally bearish. I think you Bitcoiners are more bearish. In case you're wondering where I went, when you're having your bladder stone taken out tomorrow, urinating today becomes a frequent thing. Sorry to do that to you.
No worries.
Did I ever tell you the story about how I was drinking ginger ale and pissing into a cup and I got distracted and drank the wrong cup?
I think that might have happened in our conversation on our first show.
One of them, I just, all of a sudden I Gandhi'd the thing and I go, oh my God, you didn't just do that. So in any case, I have actually an optimistic view of Powell at some level. And that is, I don't understand how money's created. As much as I've tried, I listened to a podcast by Dimitri Kofinas and a guy named Calamaris. So let's say you have 5% interest rate, right? On average. Gazillions of accounts, all collecting 5%. At the end of the year, let's say you had $100 trillion in the system. I'm just making numbers up. At the end of the year, you now have 105 trillion. Where'd the money come from? And you start saying, well, money gets lent into existence and stuff like that. But let's take things like stagflation in the 1970s and early 80s. I got an argument with David Endelfato, who was vice president of St. Louis Fed. Argument, no, discussion. And he said Volcker's high interest rate policies at first were deflationary by driving the economy into a recession. But then they became inflationary. For years, I've been thinking about that discussion. And I realized that if you're in a recession, you really shouldn't be lending money into existence. Borrowing at 20% should be hard to get someone to do. Where's this money coming from? And I just don't have a good answer. And I know there is an answer. There is an answer. It's just my inability to wrap my brain around it. And I've watched John Titus videos repeatedly, and it's just not clicking. It's just a blind spot that I can't get to. But as he raises rates, and people's bank accounts are filling with money, they talk about how good that is, right? You hear about people have 5-6% to spend that they didn't have. And I go, isn't that inflationary? Now, part of the problem is the claim, which I don't necessarily buy, is that we're not in recession. I think there are parts of this world that are in recession. I think Leon Black's not in recession, right? But I think there's a lot of people who are. And I find it confusing. Now, I think it's possible that Powell is not combating inflation. I think it's possible what he's actually trying to do is combat speculation. So as you know, and I know I did it last time because I do it for everybody, but the last 40 years of markets is my definition of recency bias. Let me just repeat it. I know you're going, David, I didn't bring you on to repeat yourself, but I'm going to do it anyways. In 1981, what did we have going for us? We had boomers hitting their stride. Their wives came along with them. That's demographically phenomenal. We had the Chinese starting to sell labor for pennies. We had the Ruskies that hadn't yet collapsed completely, but they were working on it, starting to sell resources to anyone who would buy them. We had interest rates at 20%, which supposedly were suffocating the economy despite putting 20% in people's pockets, that were about to go on a 40-year march down. Almost linearly. And some guy gave me guff on Twitter and said, well, you actually look at price, not interest rate, if you want to do technical analysis, right? 10 years just straight down. You put a ruler on it for 25 years at least. It's sharp down and then flattens right out, but just keeps going down. And I go, well, that may be to a Wall Street guy, but to a central banker, they look at interest rates. They don't look at the price of bonds. And they're marching those interest rates down systematically over 25 years. And so there were these unbelievable tailwinds. What that created was an equity market whose valuation, not price, valuation, right? I have to emphasize this. This is the price of the market divided by something that ought to correlate with the price of the market, like earnings or revenues or Tobin's Q or GDP or something. I monitored 25 of them. The valuation, which should be basically horizontal, compounded for 40 years at 3.5% a year. What happens when that trend reverses? What happens if the next 40 years compounds at negative 3.5% a year? So just 40 years from now, we're back to PEs of 6. We're back to equity markets that you can't give the equities away. We're back to what was the most amazing teeing up of the bull market in equities in 1981. So we just did a 7% swing per year for the next 40 years by that model. How do you invest against that? The answer is you can. You go, oh, let's go to emerging markets. You know, Jeremy Grantham, buy Indonesian value stocks. I go, oh yeah, that'll work. That'll work, sure. Right away, Jeremy. Now, I think he can do it. I don't know how to do it. The Nikkei was uninvestable for 35 years. 20 years, it was uninvestable. It's still below its high. It sort of marched its way down over decades. If you insisted on investing in the Nikkei, you were destroyed. And that was a big market. So what if we do that? 40 years of just nothingness, real nothingness. Why would it happen? Well, for one thing, the boomers are at the end of their run. And it's not karma. It's almost like it is a perfect setup when all these people who need those investments now can't get the money out, right? And I like to ask, who's going to buy the the houses from the boomers. Big, huge, 5,000 square foot McMansions. How many millennials are going to be able to buy a 5,000 square foot McMansion? And a more interesting question is how many millennials want one? Because they're sitting there going, oh, climate change, oh, green footprint. They're taking great pride in buying 1,000 square foot thing with real economical, real efficiency, you know, with drawers up here and fold out beds over there. And they think it's cooler than shit. I bought American Antiques in the 80s, a lot of them, when the boomers were building households. They're not worth shit now because the next generation doesn't like American Antiques. So that 18th century highboy that I bought, it's worth a small fraction of what I paid. Because they want chrome, they want something else because they don't want what their parents had. You want to know the biggest bear market I've ever seen? US stamps. I used to collect stamps as a kid and I sold in 81, which was brilliant. And I made quite a bit of money for a guy who collected from age 8 to 12. I've never seen a market that looks like there's no consumers left. The only things you can sell in the stamp philately market are the real high-end shit where the boomers who now have money and still like those things are filling in gaps for pennies. So the elite stuff. But there aren't kids sitting in their room putting postage stamps and what would light that? I've asked stamp dealers, what would light this back up? Because by the way, if there is a bottom and it does rally, oh boy, you can make a lot of money, right? Coins never did it because currency has a different allure. Right?
So interesting to bring up stamps. Stamps and baseball cards.
Yes.
Dave, I think this is where we might. I all I think of now, because I grew up collecting everything. I came from a family of collectors. Or something.
It's a gene. Yeah, that's exactly right.
The thing. Well, I don't think it's a gene. I think it's scarcity. We're all looking for scarcity.
No, but
we're looking for value.
I collected everything.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's a bit of a gene in terms of like getting excited about things and finding value in things that you connect to, and But at the end of the day, I revisited this. My father gave me a Michael Jordan rookie card before he passed away.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
And he gave my brother a Wayne Gretzky rookie card before he passed away. And we both found out they were fakes.
You know the famous Walter Chrysler painting collection?
No.
Chrysler Motors, Walter Chrysler had a legendary painting collection. When he died, they got in there and they were all frauds.
And I think a lot of that's money laundering and on purpose and insurance fraud and various things. But this
by the way, the pedophile ring has strongly affiliated with it art exporting. And the reason is because the art exporting world has ways to ship art, which goes past customs.
Yep. I think it's also associated with liquor exporting and shipping. I mean, follow the Bronfmans and anywhere their planes went. I mean, it's all connected. But when I look at collectibles and I think about just central banks and the economy and inflation and money printing and really what is the debt printer, and we could kind of get into that because that's really how money is created when the bank just marks up your balance sheet with $5,000 of debt that they didn't actually, put into the economy, and they just create money that way by extending you debt. This fascination with stamps and baseball cards or any cards is really just people looking to offload their shitty paper for less shittier paper.
I think it's more of a historical interest. I think it's I remember
but
when
at the root, we're trying to find a way to store our value in a way that's going to bring us something better in the future. There's a like my great uncle played professional football. That's me trying to track down his football card is very different than me investing in, the Buffalo Bills quarterback and buying 500 of them and thinking I can have the liquidity and the ability to offload these down the road for more than I paid for them. And that sort of machination of I think collectibles is because our money is dying.
I think it's actually a sort of an attempt to connect with your roots.
I think that's, people who have extra money and are not worried about storing money and are looking to buy things that are nostalgic. But I don't think that is the driving force behind baseball cards and the cards that are printed at volume today and are sought after. But I get what you're saying. I mean, Derek Jeter's my favorite
just
baseball
vividly
player.
remember when I got my first Indian head penny, and when I got,
Yeah.
I got a package, one of those, you used to buy these bags of stamps that you'd bulk stamps, and it was just filled with garbage. But I remember I got one that happened to have a bunch from not the 60s, but the 30s. And I could feel the antiquity in these stamps. For me, it was antiquity. 30s doesn't seem like antiquity, but for me, it was like, I was so lit up at that point. When I bought a house in 1981 with a 16% mortgage, and I was cash poor, I was looking for ways to furnish it without having any money left. I started going to barn sales and stuff. And I very quickly said, holy shit, this furniture is way more interesting anyways. And so I remember there was a fateful moment. I looked at a Victorian couch. I almost bought it. It was very ornate. I finally realized it kind of wasn't me. And then I was looking at this Pennsylvania Dutch blanket chest, and it was grungy. And I go, that's me. And so it was a fateful, not that one, that one. So from that point on, it was, original surface if I could get it. And country and stuff like that. And my collection's not fabulous. I didn't squander a huge amount of money, but it's not worth anywhere near what I paid for it. So,
In terms of that, a question came in from Liam Cristiano. What do you think is the best case scenario for America? What would that look like to you? And what would the path to that look like?
well, so I think we have to go through the valley of death. And the best case scenario, first and foremost, is we don't go lawless. We're already kind of lawless now. But I think if the system could somehow figure out, I have a view of FDR that's interesting. As a right-wing conservative guy, I defend FDR. I don't know if I'm right. It's a theory. Now, FDR is the devil to right-wingers, right?
I mean, very socialist.
Right. What
Policies.
if you accept the possibility that FDR was more connected than you realize, and that he is just a politician, but he recognized that during that era, there was a battle between centralized control and free markets. And that was absolutely true. The Trotskyites were making ground. And we were trying to figure out, how do you run a highly industrialized society? Bottom up, top down. And the capitalists had just totally hosed us down, right? The rampant credit market of the 20s, contrary to what Bernanke says about the 30s, destroyed us, right? Bernanke, I've never heard a central banker who won the Nobel Prize in economics who's so clueless about the Depression, the world's expert. The Depression was not caused by the 30s, it was caused by the 20s, right? Real clear. We built a huge credit bubble. And when that unwound, we got the 30s. It was a correction. If you look at the equity market from 1900 to 1950, you can watch it. It goes up to this peak, comes back down, goes way down, then comes back, and then just takes off again. And you can put a line right through it, take off the high and the low, and take it out of there. And that was the correction in the equity market. Now, it was much more than that. But we had to purge the rot, like Andrew Mellon said. Now, I think you could possibly have done it with less real destruction. Control burns work better, I think, than raging infernos, which we had. But I think you had to do the burn. I think one way or the other, you have to burn it off. So I think we've got to burn off a debt bubble that has produced an equity market that I put somewhere. I think the S&P right now, fair value, if it doesn't get destroyed by something, is in the high teens. And people are going to go, oh, how could that be? You're not paying attention. If you look at valuations in 1994 when the equity market took off, then you compare them to now, you go, man, we got a lot of ripping and tearing to do to get down there. I think Powell might know that. I'm kind of hoping that he's a guy worried about his legacy, and that his legacy is not the guy who continued the pump and dump, but the guy who actually sort of took a Volcker-like stance and said, you want to be in the pantheon of great central bankers. Volcker didn't get there by being everybody's friend. He got there by doing what, in retrospect, appears to have been the right thing.
Could you imagine being in Powell's position?
No. No, I mean, they fucked up for so many years. The guys who drive me nuts are the guys who talk about the roid rage of the last 5 years or even 10 years. I go, no, 40. Now, up to 94, boot up a valuation metric, any valuation metric you want, and look at 1994. Put your hand over everything past 1994 and just look at it. And it's pretty stable. It goes up and down. There's big swings and stuff, but it goes up and down. Take your hand off, and all of a sudden the thing just arcs right up. 1994 was when all valuation metrics left orbit. I don't know what caused it. Michael Green thinks it's indexing. Other people have challenged him, said, look, the money flowing to the markets was going to be there whether you indexed or not. But I'm inclined to give Michael credit for that one. I think it's possible.
Indexing, I mean, really drives the markets. If you go to the supermarket on a particular Friday, and you're like, oh, I need 3 tomatoes, and they're $1 each. You buy 3 tomatoes. You come back the next week, and they're $100 each. You're not buying them. But
indexing makes you mindless. Yes.
Yeah, you reallocate. You buy Amazon at whatever price. You buy Google at whatever price. You buy Apple at whatever price. You don't give a fuck, and you just load in every 1 week or 2 weeks.
It's worse than that. You buy more tomatoes because they're more expensive.
Right. Right. Tomatoes are going up. Got to get them.
Well, not just that, but it's not a decision.
Right.
The algorithm that says, what do I buy at the store? You go, well, you buy the thing that's gone up the most. Yep. That's how the algorithm is set.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, did I mention last time my obsession over super stocks? If I did, I should lay off it. There was an article some number of months ago that talked about the super stocks. I'm going, oh God, here we go again. And talk about the 10 stocks that are floating the whole fucking market, right? We can all name them. NVIDIA at 45 times revenue. Sun Microsystem.
Yeah, you said NVIDIA is overpriced. I bought it because the market doesn't make any sense.
Well, I just know that if I bought it and lost my shirt, I'd never forgive myself. So that's why I don't buy it. That's my rule of thumb. Scott McNealy, testifying to Congress about what happened in the dot-com boom, said, we were selling at 10 times revenues. What did people think would happen? NVIDIA is 45 times revenues. Microsoft's gains over the last 10 years, 5-fold of it is expansion of valuation. This is just insane. You know, Edward Chancellor, the god of the history of markets, says every time interest rates get to 2%, you have a crisis, a big one. History shows you can't get to 2% without a catastrophe because it means you're pricing capital wrong. We got to negative. Real rates negative, nominal rates in Europe negative. Right? So we outdid anything Chancellor could have fathomed. And so I think we've got a lot of unwinding to do. And my best case scenario is that we push through the valley of death. I don't know how people survive financially. So you got, Kentucky pension plans funded 20%, Illinois probably 40%. They can't go down to 10 and 20, but they will. So then we'll try to.
Are they not going to pay out?
I don't know.
I mean, people are working their lives for these pensions.
Well, people lost their pensions from Yellow Truck, didn't they? I think. Yeah. So the fact that it will hurt doesn't mean it won't happen. And the fact that you can't stop it means that it will happen. And so we have been following this idea of the delusion of reserve currency. And, if you think about Triffin's dilemma, which says when you're the reserve currency, you have to live on a trade imbalance. That's how it works. They say trade imbalance is required for the country that's the reserve currency. What Triffin's dilemma says, or Triffin's paradox, I think it's also called, is that to be the reserve currency is a suicide mission. You get to live large, but then you're going to die. So this sounds like some insect breeding, where you say at the end you get to breed, but then the female eats you, right?
Mhm.
And so I think we got to get through that. And if we can get through that without social unrest never seen before, I'll be surprised, but that would be my best case scenario. But I just think, Northmen,
Yeah, Richmond of North, Richmond,
north of Richmond, right?
Yeah.
Right. There's these ballads are coming out now, and it's not just MAGA guys, right? And they're trying to say,
What did you think of that?
Just,
did you think that was AstroTurf?
It's great. I don't care. Yeah, it could be. Wouldn't shock me. But it sure caught the attention of the world. And the very clever compilations of it, where they show people watching, where they show them singing and people watching.
Reaction.
They're like 80% black guys. So they're totally neutering the white racist story, which is very clever, whoever did that. So they're saying, look, so in 2016 election, I smelled something had changed. I didn't think he'd win, but I smelled something had changed. I started chronicling it as I went through the year. And I started collecting, like I'm watching this on this off channel somewhere in the high, where they show sharks and pyramids shit. Some guy's being interviewed, and he's this guy who looks tough, burly, looks like maybe played football or something. And he's saying, ignore the messenger, listen to the message. He's talking about Trump. I'm going, who the fuck is this guy? Because I don't hear black guys talking about Republicans like this, right? And then I get to the end of the show, I find out he's the head of the new Black Panther Party. I go, what? I go, something's changed. And then Jimmy Brown, the football player, gets interviewed and he says, Trump will be a president of the people. And I go, what? Right now you listen to some guy like Ice Cube, who is one of the intellectuals of the modern era, if you listen to him carefully. To be black does not mean you're a Democrat now. Boy, something changed. And I predicted that. I said, it's just a flicker, but I think the black community is moving to the right. And now it's a fairly popular thing to say. And I've actually talked with a woman down at the place where I get a breakfast sandwich in the building. And I said, let me walk in your shoes. If I were black, these are conversations I have with people. It's like, who has the balls to have this conversation because she's black? I said, I think I'd be pretty tired of people telling me that I can't do something because I'm black. I can't get a voter ID because I'm black. I'm somehow pathetic because I'm black. And she said, it drives me nuts. So the Democrats are driving the blacks to the right. Because and I listened to Pippa Malmgren, and she said, by virtue of circumstance, there's a lot of entrepreneurial blacks because opportunities didn't exist elsewhere. So I said, fuck it, I'll open up some restaurant or something. These guys are not lefties. Now, one of my heroes from the past who I wish had survived was Malcolm X. Not really a hero, but such an intriguing character. He's intriguing at two levels. One is he's a redemption story. He was a street punk. He was heading for a life in prison, and he somehow woke up and said, this is the wrong direction. He brings Islam into the black community. Now, Islam is probably my least favorite religion. But the brilliance of bringing Islam to the black community was that, first of all, it brings structure. Religion is structure. I used to say I'm an atheist, but I'm very supportive of religion. I'm just not a God guy. I don't know what you call that. I don't want anything to do with the God thing. But when I listen to the guys who talk and put God in every other sentence, I'm finding myself in agreement with them quite a bit. And so I wrote about this years ago where I said, just because just because I'm an atheist, at that point I call myself, and I refer to myself as a pagan with a noisy sword. I said, doesn't mean that I shouldn't respect the role of religion in society. I've been pondering the fact that they were trying to take Christmas out of the schools and stuff like that. And I go, this is not right. This is not right. This is these people's lives, and they're trying to undermine it. That's the rise of Marxism, right? And everything has been banging on them. And I think there's something happening in society, and I'm kind of hoping that group gets control. And Roe v. Wade, here's a question I'd like to ask you. You pro-choice, pro-life. Make the call, dude. You can plead the fifth if you want. Forget about the pros and cons of the two.
Well, I think I'm going to say that at the end of the day, I think that I'm pro-choice because the things that make me pro-life still come down to, I think, that person's individual perspective on life.
Right. So you just answered in a way that told me the answer and revealed that it's a very difficult question, right? Now let me ask you a much more extreme
especially
question.
From a legal perspective.
So you just described the way I think about it. So I'm historically pro-choice. Now, if I gave you a choice, binary choice, either abortions up to 9.5 months or no abortions, where do you come down?
Well, I'm going to come down as abortion up to 9.5 months, because if the mother's life is in danger, or the mother or was raped or incest or any of these things, she has up until the last minute, I think, to figure that out for herself. And I can't.
So now I'm going to ask you a question.
But what I feel about that is that doesn't mean that she can necessarily force anyone to do anything for her. And
there will be people to do it.
Right. But they shouldn't be compelled or forced to do anything against their will either. And so it's a very complicated situation, but I do believe in the right of people to control their own body.
At what age, starting from conception, does the fetus start accruing
their own rights?
Civil rights.
Yeah, I think that's also a very complicated aspect of this conversation.
So if a kid could be born 10 minutes later, does that kid have no rights?
Or 10 minutes before they were born, does that kid have no rights? I get what you're saying. I understand 100%. And I think that's
so where I come down is, I don't know where my dotted line is. I've actually watched testimony of guys who describe a 12-week abortion, and it's grisly sounding. I would have said 12 weeks. Yeah, it's just a blob. Who the hell cares? And then the guy described it, I go, oh my God, that's ugly. I would support it, but one should not underestimate that part. And I know that there's kids who could survive with modern healthcare at a pretty young age. The fetus pretty shallow in there. And so it's just very complicated. And I come down with you as choice. I don't think the woman has rights left if she waited 9.5 months. Now you say, but her life's in danger. I go, then do a C-section. Right? If her life was in danger because being pregnant would cause her to have a heart attack. I have a friend whose wife couldn't carry for that reason. You had 9.5 months to figure that out. So that life in danger kind of really takes out the 9.5 months. And if there's something fucked up with the fetus, or you got raped or whatever, you had 9.5 months to ponder the meaning of that.
Right.
So to me, 9.5 months is murder. So now you give me that binary choice, one or the other. And it's not as fictional as it sounds, because the pro-choice activists have been trying to push it to 9.5 months. And the anti-abortion crowd is crystal clear, 0, right?
Right.
As Ben Shapiro said, I listened to Ben very carefully when he talked about this. It was in a fairly friendly podcast, but it was a person who was on the other side. He said there's only one bright line, and that's conception. He says, after that, everything's fuzzy. And I can live with fuzzy, but it's a fascinating reality is that there is only one bright line. So if you force me to choose,
What do you mean
I
by
read
there's
about
only
this.
one bright line? What does that mean?
There's one bright line. Preconception is not a person. Post-conception, it gets very fuzzy. So the guys who say life begins at conception, they are tagging the bright line. Now, I don't agree with that. But then there's the question, okay, so a chick gets knocked up. She has a kid. She can give it up for adoption. Has that ruined her life? So I've been backpedaling on some of these, the horrors. And I go, you got knocked up, right? You knock a girl up. If she decides to keep it, you're going to be paying a lot of money for the next 18 years. And you had no say. So there's total lack of men's rights. So it's a very complicated story. I'm still pro-choice. But I've been slopping around trying to understand the nuances of this choice. And I do believe if you waited to 9.5 months, you've completely forfeited your rights. And they eroded with time.
How much do you think, your own aging has impacted your choice? Meaning, you know what you know now, but when you were 25, you might have a very different opinion about the same set of facts and circumstances.
There's no question.
As at 45 and 65.
There's no question. And part of it's because I've lived enough life to know that there's hurdles and things that happen. And the things that seem profound at one age don't look as profound as you get older. And things that didn't seem profound start looking really profound. And so one of the things that causes, the fourth turning model to hold up is the guys who've been around for a long time are now old enough where people stop listening to them. The guy says, I remember when that happened. Be careful. That's trouble. That'll get us in trouble. It's like, shut up, old man. You don't know what, that was a long time ago. Right?
What would be your advice for millennial and Gen Z people that are listening? And maybe even just around how you could have an opinion at one age, and that opinion, your own opinion, can change. A lot of people don't see that.
Don't get a visible tattoo. Let's start with that.
Or any tattoo, maybe. I don't know.
All I know is that I can tell you that if I'd gotten tattoos every 10 years, they would be changing a lot. And I don't know how far back I'd have to go before there would be any tattoo. I don't have any. And part of it's because our parents had them, so we don't want them, right? We don't have them, so our parents want them. So it's our kids want them. So there's that. What I can tell you is that how much has your life changed over 10 years? What were you doing 10 years ago?
Probably not too far apart from what I'm doing now.
Well, that would be true for me too.
But I've changed a lot over 10 years. I'm not going to say I haven't changed a lot over 10 years. But what I'm doing is kind of similar. But I've changed a lot. And my kids, I mean, they were 1 year old 10 years ago and not born.
And so this is where you get into the debate. This is treacherous territory, but where you get into the debate about gender transition. And I'm sympathetic to anyone who's transgender. And I'm sympathetic because, let's say you're in your teens. I don't care if you're captain of the football team, you have self-doubts. You're just not there yet. Everyone might think, he's the cool kid, and the cool kid has self-doubts, wondering if he's doing it right, wondering what's going to happen, and stuff like that. And the average kid's really suffering self-doubts. They think their ass is too fat, and they think they're never going to be good looking. Yeah, remember what middle school girls look like? They were like 5'8", 65 pounds, and everyone picked on them because they're skinnier than shit. And no one was smart enough to recognize that 10 years from now they'd be this unbelievable lanky chunk of gorgeous. And it was just a horror story for them. And so you throw on top of that the belief that you're in the wrong body, and you really have a nightmare. So that's terrible. I think it is of the utmost importance that the adults intervene very well. Now, I had a discussion with
What do you think's driving this?
Well, I think there are self-doubting activists who are getting their own jollies out of doing it. I could imagine it being championed by China and Russia, right? I could imagine it being one of these I got in a discussion today with a military chick. I didn't know it until I started chatting with her. She's aggressive. And if you want, who are the two people who are most under attack in the world right now, sort of by the authorities? And the answer is Putin and Trump. They're both nationalists. Who's in the way of some global new world order? Nationalists. So you got to take out the United States, because we really stand between globalism and we really stand between the globalists and their goal. And in particular, the middle class in the United States has been all the centerpiece of our resistance. You know, the powerful middle class, the guys who built Model Ts, and the guys who went to work every day and at the steel mills and stuff like that. And so you got to gut the middle class, which I would say we've done a fine job. we have gutted the middle class, and I don't know who's behind it. It could just be an ideology that's taken hold. It's stupid, but somehow we've decided that white guys with a Southern drawl are white supremacists. They're just white guys with Southern drawl singing songs about Richmond, right? And so I think the gender issue. Do you remember when gender transition first became kind of popular in the modern era? So I think it's been going on since the dawn of time. Probably I think they're legitimate transgenders. Right now, there's a ton of people I think are not. I'm not qualified to say that. What I am qualified to say is that's my opinion. When you got 50 kids in a middle school who are transgender, there's something wrong. When what's her name? Charlize Theron. Do I have that name right? Hot chick.
So. Yeah.
She adopted 2 black kids, which is great. You can't help but wonder if that was also a Hollywood kudo, right? You can't help but wonder if in the back of her head she's going, "Oh man, I'll be one of the cool kids now." But it's still great. They're now both transgender. Now we're getting statistically unlikely.
Yeah.
Right? So is Charlize Theron, is that her name?
It's very interesting. You should look down this one. All the Hollywood kids go to the same school.
Right.
They all go to one school.
They got to be whacked out. They got to be pretty whacked out. So in any case, I think when transgenderism first hit my radar was when we were real young. And it was Northern Europe where it was hanging out. And the Swedes were doing it. I think it was Swedes. But I remember reading about the hurdles you had to overcome to do it. All sorts of counseling. You had to let's say you're a dude transitioning to a girl. You had to let your hair grow. You had to walk around in a dress. It took several years. And then a panel of fairly thoughtful people would say, she passed the test. I think this is a good case. Let's do it. The argument I had today was someone said, well, that's the way it is now. And I go, I don't think so. I think there are rational adults, but I read an article that said if you go to an American Medical Association meeting and you go to the big section on transgender, it's unlike any other aspect of the medical meeting. It's just politics. It's just a rallying cry. It's not about doctors staying up there saying, oh, by the way, here's how we did a mastectomy a little different. No. It's about promoting transgender. And I have this horrible image. So here's the question I don't have an answer to because I've read it. but I've also read people say it's not true. And that is, when you get these hormone injections, are they irreversible? And I think there's probably a little truth on both sides. But I do think there are kids for which it's irreversible. And the question is, at what age should you be able to do it? And I think the answers are coming in around 14 now. I have this image in a New York Times or Wall Street Journal. Schreier, a woman named Schreier, wrote a book. And she said, if you look at the girls, I think the girls are more susceptible. She said, these are girls who in any other era would have been lesbians. He said they would have sort of found their way and said, oh, I'm a lesbian, right? But they didn't know what they were, but they had adults saying, by the way, you're really cool. We can make you real happy during a period where you're not happy right now. We can fix this for you. And the girl's going, please do. I feel like crap. The nightmare scenario is that 10 years from now, we've got reversals going on. Maybe we won't. But I think we're going to have reversals going on. And I don't care about seeing some girl or boy or whatever you want to call the person testifying that they transitioned back. Now, horrible it was, because there will be mistakes. That doesn't move me that much, but it does kind of convey that there will be mistakes. But I have this imagination that says in 10 years it could be a pandemic. And I've got this horrible image. You know, they tell the parents, would you rather have a dead son or a live daughter? You know, that sort of thing. So it's a real blackmail game. And I go, I'd be getting a second opinion at that point. And I wouldn't be going to a person who specialized in transgender. I'd be going to a person who was familiar, but not a specialist, because I don't trust the specialist. But I have this image of the sterile daughter, son, whatever, who's been cropped, did a double mastectomy, saying to their parents, where were you when I needed a parent? My life is now miserable. I watched this video of a guy, dude, who's 10 years into transitioning from being a girl. Is very convincing. Full head of hair, full beard, handsome, good looking, whatever. And he was very unhappy. He was not unhappy about transgender. He was unhappy about how lonely it was. Now, my first thought was, well, of course, because it's going to be a lot harder to make friends if you're transgender. Now, in the modern era, that might not be true in some settings, but you know, it's certainly not easier. It can't be easier, right? Your friends might pretend to really care about you, but they're trying to satisfy their own needs. It would be hard. And that's not what his point was. He said, being a man is lonely. It was really moving, because he says, I walk down the street and people walk around me. And you know, when a dude has a problem, you get a lot of sucking up buttercup shit. We're supposed to not bitch. I tweeted the other day, I said, you know, if your wife asks you, is she fat? You always say, no way, no, you're great, fantastic. It would be a fatality if you didn't. I said, you also never ask your wife if you're fat, because she's already told you 20, 30 times. So there really is an asymmetry to this story, right? Ah, Dave, you fucking fat bastard, you know, you're so fucking fat, lose some weight, you know. If I did that to my wife, holy moly, right? So this guy's saying that being a dude is not Skittles rainbows. It's not no great shakes. They thought they were going to, oh, I get to be on the other side. I get to be with the cool guys, the dudes. And I don't think this guy transgendered to be that, but he didn't understand that there's a downside to both genders. And he was shocked by what he didn't get as a dude. It was very compelling. it's interesting I hung in there because the temptation would have been to say, I want to hear from some guy who says it's not easy to make friends as a transgender. I go, did you really need to? Did you think you'd find it easy? But that's not what his message was.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think being a male is a lot harder than a lot of people in today's society
Definitely now, definitely in today's
for.
society, because we did have a dominant role that had perks. The society's attempting to take away the perks.
Yeah.
Now, one could make the
and
argument
blame men for it in a lot of ways.
That's right. And if somehow evolution occurred in a way where men and women, you actually sum over all perks and downsides, came out even. Let's pretend. As soon as you start taking away perks to one, you're biasing it the other way, right? And I don't think I'd want to be a chick. I do remember as a kid thinking it sucks that they get to control the sex. Because I had this image that if I was a chick, I would just hump all the time. Just all the time. And so, yeah, I think we're putting down the boys. The boys have a high suicide rate. You've seen the shit where they say,
that's part of what Alva Anthony's song is about.
Right. And the guys working on a shrimp boat or crabbing in the North Sea, I don't think either gender wants anything to do with that job. Right. That's just unbelievably bad job. The guys walking around the 80th story of a high rise on the girders. You've seen the videos and they're just walking up there. It's like, no way would you get me up there. But guys do it. And when we go to war, they get killed.
My great uncle, his brother had a construction company and he fell off one of those high rises and died. And his brother told his mother that his brother ran away and deserted his family.
Oh, that's terrible.
And sent my great aunt, who was the only one of that family that I knew, away to the Bronx with her family and mom, and didn't tell the grandma that, the son died, and just excommunicated the family. But it kind of speaks to the risks men were taking then.
Yeah, but let me tell you the horror of this story. I was doing a podcast not long ago, and they said the worst thing is to have your child die. I said, no, it's the second worst thing. The worst thing is having your child disappear. Your child dies, you can
finality.
You have finality. You can come to terms with it.
Right.
Your
but
child
it is
disappears.
A brutal thing for a parent to outlive your kids. But I get what you're saying.
It is, but it's not as
have one
brutal
disappear.
As
yeah.
Yes, you'd be scanning the crowd for the rest of your life, hoping to see that person in the crowd
show up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's why they have open caskets and shit.
So
that you can come the proof they're dead. I saw a funny video where, I don't know if it's true because there's so much shit out there that isn't, where a guy had him put a tape recorder in his coffin. He knew he was going to die. And had him put a microphone in his coffin and had it remote activated while he was at the gravesite. And he's pounding, going, "Hey guys, what are you doing?" he said, "What the fuck you doing? I'm in here. What are you doing?" And everyone's laughing, but I'm going, that is a twisted bit of humor. Now, I did something odd. I gave my password to Rudy Havenstein back when COVID broke out.
Gave you what?
My password to Twitter. To Rudy, and I said, "Rudy, if I should die, my dying request is to change my bio to let people know I died. And then I want you to be tweeting from heaven." And I said, you could have a party, right? Think of the comedy you could get on it. He was really uncomfortable with the request. I said, "Rudy, it's my dying request." I've now changed my password. I had to. That's how much I trusted Rudy. This is the weird world we live in. Maybe it's always weird. You think that's possible? This is just, we're not living in the tube hiding from the Luftwaffe, right? We're not Anne Frank.
Well, speaking of Anne Frank and weird, what do you think of the resurgence of COVID fear and the potential for more lockdowns and masking and flights and all of it?
I think it's total horseshit, and I think it won't work. And if it does work, we deserve it. No. If you haven't figured out the COVID narrative was full of crap, that's not to say people didn't die from it. But I would guess that probably at least 80% of the COVID deaths were not COVID deaths. At least 80%. And some percentage easily prevented by ivermectin, and you know the whole story. I think it was a bad flu, and bad flus take out old people. And old people getting taken out is like when ice storms come in and the branches of the tree snap. And if it took me, by the way, I lost a bunch of weight during the lockdown because of got to get rid of a comorbidity. I put it back on, of course, but and my wife has told me many times now.
What would your advice be to a 15-year-old David Collum about life and love?
Watch a little less TV. Do a little more constructive. There's a lot of TV. I had a great existence. We go out and play sports in the side yard and stuff all the time, and so it was really good. And we'd go out in the woods and do all sorts of crazy shit. And the parents didn't care as long as we came back with our fingers, toes, eyes, and without police in tow. And I would say to the 15-year-old kid now, this is profound, but if you want to achieve something, you got to put away your laptop and your phone. And we're sitting on a computer burning hours. So this is, I'm not speaking as an I did, because you know me, I'm a Twitter junkie, but I'm also 68 years old. So I got my Ph.D. in 2.5 years. There's no chance I could do that now. There's no chance I could do that now, because while I was using every hour, every day to do 5 years worth of research in 2.5 years, I'd be texting. I don't text, but I would be, because I'd be a kid. I'd be opening, when I had minutes to kill, instead of cleaning my glassware, I'd be opening my laptop and seeing what emails I have. And I actually told my class this yesterday. I said, I don't know how you do it, but if you can somehow get your laptop and not open it up, have some rule, have some buzzer that says you've been on, it's been open for 10 minutes, right? Something, some mechanism. But see, my research group, the kids run the program, their research off their laptop. They store their data. But I'm positive that the kid who can figure out how not to get suckered into that world will have a huge advantage. And so that would be my advice. Second thing is, don't spend a lot of money on a stupid college. Don't spend a lot of money on a good college studying stupid things. As a parent, look over the shoulder and make sure your kid's not studying stupid things. If my kid's not doing well in high school, if they want to go to college, I'll send them to a state school. My older son went to 2 schools that are beyond uninspired in terms of reputation. You got Harvard and Yale here. You got my son's 2 colleges down here. The only requirement was I could write a check. He's phenomenally successful. I think being surrounded by talented peers is a plus. So if your kid gets into Harvard, find a way to write the check. But I think if your kid, I don't want to name a school because I don't want to pick on one, but I think if your kid gets into some, dipstick private school that costs 60 grand, don't waste your money. Send them to, I've got grandchildren in New Hampshire. I'd say go to University of New Hampshire. Other advice, be very careful of college savings programs. I don't know the details, but I'll give you the concern and let a parent in training follow up on it. And that is that when they calculate financial aid, there's a lot of parameters, including how many kids are in college at one time and stuff. So if you want to save money and buy financial aid, have your kids bang, 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 because they'll all be in college simultaneously. But here's the critical thing. There's different pockets of money. How old are your kids again?
10 and 6.
Different pockets of money. Money in a college savings account, when a financial aid office looks at the pots of money, they say 100% of that is ours. Then they say, okay, how about what do the parents have? Some much smaller fraction of the parents, they say X%, I'll just say X, is ours. They look at the grandparents and they go, none of that's ours. They look at retirement accounts of the parents, none of that's ours. They look at the value of the house, none of that's ours. So don't take my word for it, but think about it and think about it seriously. The best way, I think it's possible, the best way to save for college would be to use the annual gift capabilities. Give the money to your parents and have them give the money to your grandchildren after they've gotten their aid package and they've taken out some loans. And I would let them take out the loans, because if you do it the first year, then they'll go, okay, you don't need money now. So you got to be careful. On the other hand, the loans are traps. So don't let them get deeply into debt without knowing how you're going to get them out. Don't sign a loan for your kids in college. They will hang you out to dry. That will be a non-dismissible loan. And there's all sorts of embedded time bombs in them and stuff. There's all sorts of ways you can end up owing twice what you thought you owed. I got a friend who's totally humped. And so don't co-sign loans if you can at all avoid it. And if you can't, then maybe you went to the wrong college. If your kid comes to Cornell and they take a 4-credit-hour course in something that you think is a total waste of money, bear in mind you spent $10,000 for that course. Now, you don't want to be a punk, and I don't think you should let your kid tell you where they're going and just say, I don't want to alter your life. Bring some reality and say, here's the deal. SUNY whatever costs this. Yeah. And this private school, who again, I don't want to name, costs twice that. An interesting safety school, by the way, if you want to get a kid into a good school, you have to pay more, is to apply to one of the big state schools in another state. They love the revenue. So I kept urging my son, apply to Indiana University, apply to Michigan, they love the full tuition payers.
Right.
So if your kid's choice is to go to shitty school, I mean, it's really shitty, but they could get into IU or something. And it's a good deal. You do the analysis and said, he wants to major in music. Indiana's really good at music. Think about that. The state schools love the full tuition payers. So you can get higher up in the state school. The state schools are great. My most serious competitors in academia, in chemistry, the guys, I said, okay, I'm competing with these guys for research. Tons of them are in the big state schools. Tons of them. It's not the Ivy Leagues. Brown, nothing. Dartmouth, nothing. Sorry, guys. Hate to tell you. They barely have grad programs. They're really elite four-year colleges. So they're really great four-year colleges. But, if you go to a university that has grad students and a lot of majors and stuff, you get to see what's out there. So you come to Cornell and you'll find probably 150 majors. So you come in as a freshman saying, I want to be a bio major, and you didn't realize you could major in 149 other things. And they had just not clicked because you were just a stupid ass high school kid. My brother went to a very small elite school, and he thought everyone became a doctor, a dentist, a lawyer, or go to business school. That was his view of the world. I don't support that model. I think places like Cornell, Cornell has more top 10 ranked major departments than any school in the country. We are number one in terms of top 10 ranked departments, 57 top 10 ranked departments. If you can come to Cornell and you can't find your way, you're just not paying attention. There's greatness here. The College of Arts and Sciences we had this sort of exercise in trying to rebrand, because ironically, so when it doesn't have a personnel, we have a hotel school, we have a CALS, we have all sorts, but College of Arts and Sciences is just Cornell. And my suggestion, which I knew they wouldn't take, but I loved, I said, how about College of Arts and Sciences surrounded by greatness? So Cornell's a great place. And it's worth the money, unless you come here and study stupid stuff. Unless you come here and you don't study. Unless you come here and you don't work. College is great even if you do work. But put away the computer, put away the phone. Instead of listening to bullshit in your earphones, buy audiobooks. Ancient history. Don't take a course in ancient history. Spend $10 at Amazon. $10 at Amazon will get you the equivalent of 18 hours of medieval history from the Great Courses series. $10. This is Goodwill Hunting, right? The library card. Audiobooks. If I started audiobooks when I was in college, I'd quit and make millions in Jeopardy, playing Jeopardy. So that's my advice.
I love the world according to Dave. In your latest piece, part 2, you quoted Simon and Garfunkel, "Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk with you again." You also mentioned that your immutable rule of thumb is if their lips are moving, they are lying. We've kind of gone over a lot in the world today, and it's a little bit dark. But my final question for you then would be, what advice would you give maybe to young people today in terms of love, maybe finding a partner, to get through all this with somebody, to find a teammate, to not go through this whole journey alone, all these questions, because it's hard to find answers, and you might want to find some companionship. Would you have any advice for young people? That's my final question for you, just in terms of maybe finding a partner and someone to kind of get through all this crap with.
Was it some movie I watched that talked about your partner? It's not about the fact that you both love canoeing, right? I don't think that's it. My wife and I are polar opposites. I'm one of the great carpet F-bombers, right? I as I said to my class yesterday, I said, I use F-bombs like most writers use the space bar. And my wife, when we were first together, really wanted me to not use the word butt and say derriere. And I'd say, Candace, it's a fucking butt, right? This ain't gonna work. And somehow it worked, right? 36, 37, 38 years later, I don't know, something like that. What saved my marriage is my wife couldn't remember our anniversary. That's how I was off the hook. She tried to call us 3 times while we were on this podcast, so I could still be in trouble. I don't know. There's fundamental, deep-seated principles of life that have to align. You can be really different. In fact, it's my understanding that men and women are really different. In fact, if there wasn't sex and reproduction, we'd be different species, right? But somehow you got to find the person who you can be in the foxhole with. And 50% divorce rate. I don't. Maybe that's the consequence of women not being so dependent. By the way, our entering class of grad students is dominated by women now. We don't recruit women. We just recruit talent. And they're dominated by women. Last year it was 60% in the course I taught. And so the women have entered the workplace. They're here. They're a force. Have kids. That's true. There are people who think if they skip having kids, somehow life will be better. No chance. My wife had terrible health problems. She wanted to have a third. And I said, nope, not going to do it. Not going to participate in this one. I think you need me and you're not going to get it. And her second one was awful. She's getting spine injections and stuff the whole way. And was on Demerol the whole way. And I said, no. She said, I'm willing to, risk it. And I said, I'm not. I don't need to be married to a basket case. And so I said, no. I said, here's the deal I made. I said, go find any friend you want. The three of us will have a chat. Bring someone to make your case with you. And she gave up. She knew that would never work for her. Get dogs. I have 4. The infamous Charlie. We just got our 3rd Boston Terrier about a month ago. Get Boston Terriers. I've had every breed of dog. Boston Terriers are so amazing. And if not that, then get a French Bulldog. But Boston Terriers are healthier. Do you have a dog?
Yeah, I got a pug, a black pug with a white paw.
That's right on the money. You know what I mean?
It's
the pugs are very close to the but
I'm a dog guy.
Not dogs.
I've always had a dog.
But they're not dogs. There's something else, right? But the Boston Terriers and the French Bulldogs.
I think French Bulldog might be next for me.
They're very expensive too. They're less healthy. That's the problem with they've been overbred a little bit. But I think the Boston, they're so interesting. It's like someone bred a cat with a dog with a human. My theory, by the way, on why you really love this pug, I have a theory. His nose is smushed. And you've got a lobe in your brain that is uniquely capable of attaching to an infant. And that dog looks like an infant. That's a super normal stimulus for you. And my wife used to find it appalling that I let my dog sleep in the bed. Our 3 Boston Terriers sleep under the covers. And she never would have done that, but they own us. And
I've never had a dog that not slept in the bed.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Personally,
but
I would.
Yeah. I have a Labrador underneath the desk right now. I've got the lab, and she's got the 3 Boston Terriers up in the Adirondacks. And so yeah, advice is be happy. Don't go down the dark rabbit holes if you're young. So if when students talk to me, I said, look, you got to learn how to make better robots. You got to learn how to make better drugs. You got to learn how to don't go down those rabbit holes because you'll find it debilitating because you'll say the world's not functional. Leave it to us old guys to hike our pants up to our chests and wear, white pants and white sneakers and bitch about the government. But I also, my first lecture, I gave like 30 minutes of message. I give messages the whole way, but I hammered cancel culture, hammered it. I said, cancel culture is a mob. You're joining a mob. Don't do it. I said, you're not speaking truth to power. You're trying to take away a person's livelihood because you disagree with them. That's evil. I said, don't do it. I said, I've been canceled. I look like I'm fine, but it actually did damage. I told him, I said, I was communicating with a guy from North Carolina who had just gotten canceled. And he killed himself. And I said, the blood is on their hands, right? Maybe he was highly troubled. I actually have an interesting theory. I think he actually knew he was going to kill himself. He got canceled to get a settlement and then killed himself. That's my theory. But if you can drive a person to suicide as a mob just because they misgendered somebody and you don't like it, you're the problem. And, if you go through life trying to not, philosophically, I try to not be that guy. The most general concept, don't be that guy who, who gets mad at the person on the helpline. That guy who does things that if you actually were watching yourself, you'd go, I don't want to be that guy. And so I know the names of all the janitors. I know the people at the to Delhi in the building. I say hi to him. I treat him with the civility I would hope to be treated. Don't be that guy, right? And raise your kids now. This is Jordan Peterson shit, right? This is really Jordan Peterson shit. Who, by the way, looks like a troubled soul to me. he really looks like he's got inner demons that he's been battling, which he has. I think he has, actually.
He's talked about it, I think. I mean,
was he on your show?
No, not yet.
I'd love to meet Jordan. I wouldn't want to debate Jordan. I wouldn't want to debate Ben Shapiro. I'd love to debate Biden. Kamala. I came up with a name for it today. K-Hair.
Oh, man.
It's not great. It's not great, but it's a start. I'm trying to think of one. K-Hair. She's an idiot, actually. And I try not to call people idiots because then you dismiss what they said, which might have a purpose. But
right,
she's an idiot.
I get what you're saying there too. She's a fascinating character, probably the least promoted VP that I've ever seen.
She's such a loser, I think.
It's hard to determine because the political media landscape has drastically changed over the last 30 years. So, what I recognized when I was 25 and watching CNN is, that media landscape is fragmented tremendously, but I don't see her being put in front of us the same way Dan Quayle was or
well,
other
so
vice presidents.
I realized during Dan Quayle's world that what the media could do to a guy, my guess, I used to say this, that if you hung out with Dan Quayle, you'd find out he was incredibly polished. And that what watching the media when Quayle was VP is you could see how a media that's on you 24/7 can find the seams and the cracks and help really hurt you. Kamala, unfortunately, really doesn't occasionally throw out a boneheaded statement. Someone's got to be writing her speeches. She should fire whoever that is. They're really stupid.
Unless it's on purpose.
And then that's the problem. That's why when you say someone's stupid, you're dismissing a possible alternative and getting yourself to stop thinking about
even if they're not voluntarily on purpose.
Well,
stupid.
Maybe the speech writer's being paid to sandbag her, and she's not smart enough to figure out that she's getting sandbagged.
Right.
And so what I do know is I don't want her to be heir apparent to the presidency. I'm a Kennedy guy, head to toe, all the way.
I do think he struck a chord in the way that Trump did in 2016. I think he also understands the media landscape. I think he just seems like the dark horse is going to win to me.
Well, I have trouble picturing the path to winning, but again, listening to
I can't picture the path, but he seems like he's going to catch. He seems like he's playing all the right cards. He seems like they want to let him loose at this moment.
It's interesting that I'm not seeing the pushback that you first started to see. At first there was pushback, and now I think the Democrats are going, okay, don't destroy him yet. We might need him. Because I'm not seeing him getting hammered. And he was at the beginning.
As long as he stays in it, his name carries so much weight. He's a counter sort of argument to a lot of the current policies.
His resume is phenomenal.
His family name, and he brings restoration to the American project.
That's right. And he's got a history of speaking truth to power. He talks about the assassinations that pique people's interest. He seems to be trying to not lie.
So the most fascinating thing would be how neutered he would become if he got elected. So would he be able to carry out the things that he's talking about now after he got elected? Same thing with Vivek.
See, I see Vivek as saying all the right things, but there's a little voice in my head that doesn't trust him. Now, if he
looks like
won,
an actor.
He looks as authentic as a boy band to me.
Right. Exactly.
He's very well produced.
Right. Sort of like the candidate in the last election who was very pro UBI. I forget his name.
Oh, yeah. The Asian guy.
Yes,
Asian
he was
American.
extrememely well produced.
Young,
Young, hip, interesting.
Yeah,
There to
but his
peel off
ideas were
votes.
bad. His ideas were bad.
Right.
The universal income, unfortunately, I don't think is a good idea. The problem we have is not redistributing.
Well, I think it's a viable political idea, though.
Well, it might be, but the problem we have is not redistributing wealth. It's the failure for it to distribute correctly in the first place. So let me go to the super stocks. 10 stocks carrying the markets. The message I started talking about, and I diverted myself. And the message was, if you'd own these 10 stocks, you'd be rich. And then they say, and what are the next 10 super stocks? It's like, well, when you know, tell me, but you don't know, so don't bother. And therefore, really, the message is you got to index to catch those 10, which I don't buy either. But the real question, I read it and I thought this is crap, and then I moved on. And then I said, wait, there's a story here that's not being told. There are 490 major corporations who produce products, who produce services, in which the investor is getting zero. The indexers are getting zero. This is the Cantillon effect. This is the money coming into the system at the top. And by the time the guy's got his Vanguard index fund, the profits from those 490 companies are somehow vaporizing. And your returns are zero. And these are companies that make shit that we need, that people buy. They supposedly have earnings, but you're not getting them. And I think it's a consequence of democratization of the markets. When there's 5 guys who will be hurt if you screw the pooch, you better not screw the pooch. When there's 5 million guys who will be hurt if you screw the pooch, there's no voice. I got Bogle to admit that to me one day. I threw that idea at him. I said, there's no adult supervision now. There used to be massive fund managers who'd say, what are you doing over there at General Electric? I'm pissed off. And now it's just millions of people who have no say. It's about as authentic as an election at this point. And so there's no way to get them to not. And I first saw this, by the way, remember when Goldman paid themselves big bonuses after getting bailed out? And it was just terrible, right? I think their theory was, the same as my theory, was that there was a lot of damage left to be done. And that 2009 wasn't the end of it. Because there's a lot of evidence from history that it wouldn't be over. And they paid themselves big bonuses because they said last meal, last chance. CNBC's talking about it. And I think it was Maria Bartiromo or someone said, well, what else are they going to do with the money? And I go, give it to the owners, pay a dividend. And somehow the nitwits at CNBC couldn't see. By the way, Goldman's not a partnership anymore. They don't get to keep all the money. But they are a partnership because they are fine. Just like Leo Black, when he buys a company, he pays dividends. Somehow it doesn't end up in the shareholders. They charge big fees for management of the company. They gut the company. They pay themselves. They don't pay the shareholders. I don't exactly know how they do it, but that's what they do. They don't make 20, 30%. They make 300, 400%. Then release a company that's garbage. All of Wall Street's got a component of that. 490 non-super stocks are returning zero. Why? And the answer is because the guys who can hand themselves money have no constraints. You go, well, there are legal constraints. You go, oh yeah, they didn't bribe them already, right? And so this is why going through the valley of death, you got to pray that we don't have violence, because this has got French Revolution shit written all over it. Cultural Revolution shit all over it. And It never works well, right? The guys, when violence breaks out, look what's going on in the city and all the looting and shit. That's not working well. Defund the police. That was a good idea. The disaster of that was, and you know this, raising kids is a big bluff. Your kids have to believe that there are consequences. But you know, no matter what they do, you got their backs. But somehow they have to feel there's a consequence, not fear, but consequence. Well, we told people, especially in the big cities, we took away that feeling. Started in San Francisco. It's viral. We showed the masses that the police can't possibly stop you if you charge into a store and start stealing shit. And so it's not just about San Francisco. It's not just about bad ideas come from California, but they spread and they've spread. And I don't know how you put that back in the bag. I don't know how you do that. And Daniel Penny controlled a guy who said he was going to kill everyone, didn't mind if he died, and he put him in a chokehold for not 15 minutes, 90 seconds. I watched the tape, 90 fucking seconds. The guy dies. Don't know why. And it was totally rational looking. And there was a black guy right there saying, no, we've got control of this. He's not choking him, blah, blah, blah. And then the guy died somehow. I don't know how. And they indict him. Who's ever going to help again? I would take that prosecutor and I would indict him.
I can't get over, when you talk about the school shootings, just the repetition of these events that are perfectly symmetrical to right and left. Kyle Rittenhouse, he's defending community property.
It's almost like they're saying, oh, this side's getting an advantage. Let's dial it over again.
Right. And the other side is saying, hey, Kyle Rittenhouse, he crossed state lines. He's a youth. He's looking for trouble. It's a perfect Rorschach test into sort of how you view the world. And these events just seem so, to me, scripted to be perfectly, the ones that get put into the national consciousness, they're just too perfect on both sides. The argument, George Floyd, Kyle Rittenhouse, the kid in DC with the Native Americans, these cases just, they don't seem real.
So I wrote 20 pages on George Floyd. And the question is, how do you do that, right? I mean, that was no small feat. The angle I took, and I thought was a rational one, is to discuss the challenges the prosecution had to convict him, Chauvin. And there were all sorts of oddities with the case. And saying the obvious, George Floyd is about the last guy on earth who should have gotten sainthood. So it was a very strange case to pick to make a case for society, because George Floyd himself probably still should have been in prison. But I can make a case for why Chauvin should have been convicted this time. And I just got it this year. It turns out I happen to know, very passingly, the guy who was the expert witness at the civil trial, which was against the Minneapolis Police Department. He was a doctor and he testified. He's a famous anti-vaxxer now. And he said in a public interview, this is Pierre Corey, he was the expert witness. What an odd world. And that was not well known. And he said in an interview at the beginning, he said, yeah, I was the expert witness. There had to be a conviction, period. We knew it. You knew. So I thought they were going to nullify the jury or something. I didn't know what was going to happen. What they did is they nullified the witnesses. Not a single person in that courtroom, including the defense attorney, wanted to be the guy who the press would say, what this guy said was what got Chauvin acquitted. So the blue line, the protective, Nobody wanted to be the guy who said the critical thing that said you can't convict him because then you die, right? It would be a fatal, fatal moment. So I think the entire court was filled with people who that's why they had to get an expert from Australia for that case. And it didn't work well. I don't think the defense attorney wanted to win. I don't think anyone wanted to win that case. Now, here's why he should have been convicted. This is a fascinating thing. The expert witness who understands trauma says the knee on the neck didn't suffocate him. The knee on the back suffocated him. I thought it was a drug overdose. There was good evidence of it. He said, no. That's not how drug overdoses look. In his podcast, he said, the knee on the back is what suffocated him. But Chauvin had the knee on his neck. Now, I'm sure the guy with his knee on the back did some time, right? They all got winged in that one. But isn't that an amazing story? He said there's no question it wasn't the neck. I could see that it didn't look like the neck to me. I watched the videotape slow-mo. I zoomed in. He was picking his head up. Remember the iconic photo of
Chauvin looking at the camera?
Chauvin looking at the camera with his hand in his pocket. Remember that photo?
I remember him looking at the camera. I didn't remember his hand in his pocket.
There's a famous photo that looks so callous because he's not only got his knee on his neck, but he's got his hand in his pocket.
He looks calm, and he looks
very calm.
Not like there's an emergency.
And what a lot of people don't know is Chauvin and Floyd.
They knew each other.
Right. How surreal is that?
They worked at the same place.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time. Yeah, very weird. It was a money laundering operation. Yeah, I know. Yeah, everything's shaky about it. But his hand wasn't in his pocket. He had a blue glove on that made it look like it was in his. And I zoom in, I go, wait a minute, those are fingers. But it was the favorite photo. If you search Derek Chauvin choking George Floyd, you will see that photo over and over and over because it looks so callous. And you go, well, it doesn't change the facts. And I go, but it changes perception. And no one in the media bothered to say, oh, by the way, his hand's not in his pocket.
It was also interesting how it was all over a $20 counterfeit bill.
That's right, because it was and it was a money laundering nightclub.
Right, so $20 is not important.
Unless it was a real counterfeit, not just some stupid fake. And that somehow George Floyd got into the till of counterfeit bills. And if it's that, then who knows what is CIA? Who knows? We're back to that.
Right.
So,
but I feel the biggest thing for me was that I feel they wanted us all to be focused on that. The Kavanaugh, the Rittenhouse, the Floyd. There's this national sort of conversation that's happening that they want us to have. And the facts are perfectly diametrically opposed for an argument to ensue.
Well, the Kavanaugh hearings were a complete fraud. I mean, Blasey Ford and stuff. What a fiasco that was.
I mean, I think I heard she recanted a lot of her story.
Well, not only that, but her story was bullshit from head to toe. You could pick it apart before she recanted. There were just all sorts of things that were just not true.
Right, but that wasn't the conversation at the time. And it turned into a whole different thing. And it divided men and women just on gender alone.
Like Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill.
Yeah. And
it was very, very clear. Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill. There were two sides. There were the sides that say, look, Clarence Thomas is in a position of power and he did inappropriate things and therefore he can't be in the Supreme Court. There were the other side that says, look, Anita Hill had years to bring this up. And by the way, she was in an organization that fights these kind of injustices and she didn't. And so that's kind of a statute of limitations argument. And society went right down the middle on that one, right? He turned out to be, I think, a shitty justice. I think he's a bad justice.
Well,
He's supposedly...
Isn't that part of the grift?
Well, but supposedly he has literally said nothing as a justice. Supposedly he just sits there. He doesn't question. He doesn't do anything. And I was a big fan of Amy Coney Barrett. I thought she was brilliant in her hearings. And then a month after hearing, she announced that she had signed a book deal. I go, if Ruth Bader Ginsburg wants to sign a book deal, have a ball. You haven't adjudicated a case yet. Signing a book deal is looking pretty bad to me. And she should know that. She should know the optics of that are terrible. What does that mean? I don't know. So one of the dilemmas I face is that the more I learn about the world, the less I feel like I'm actually getting near a truth. It's all that DEW shit. How many of the things I said were wrong? I just don't know.
How would you feel if you spent the rest of your life chasing the truth and didn't find it?
Well, there's always going to be truths. You're going to hit them, right? So, for example, when I got canceled. It was an AstroTurf canceling. It was organized. I can guarantee you it was way too fast, way too organized. It wasn't a bunch of students all saying, oh, we're appalled by this. Thousands of things happened within a half an hour. I had written a tweet to Chris Irons, which he showed the guy in Buffalo getting knocked over and bonking his head. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And he said, oh, this is just awful. And I watched it and I said, Chris, we're supposed to do a podcast on Saturday. I said, we can talk about this on Saturday, but I got to ask, why was he there? Why was he poking at the cops the way he's poking? I said, this looks kind of self-inflicted to me. I didn't say he deserved it, but self-inflicted became the most polarizing statement. And when I got canceled, it was really ugly. I slept with loaded guns and stuff like that. Because it was right in the middle of George Floyd. I thought, who's going to show up at my house? Yeah. I was ready to blow someone's head off. I was ready. It turns out he's a grifter. Over that next few months, I was able to demonstrate that he went looking for the fight, that he wasn't in a hospital, that everything was wrong about the story. Everything. And yet I still got my ass kicked. But it was funny. But it wasn't pleasant. But that's the truth. Las Vegas fires, that's the truth. I think.
Do you think it's worth it to sleep with a loaded gun and have this conversation with your wife to find the truth? Sometimes my wife looks at me like, what do we care? Why do we have to find the truth?
Here's the problem.
Maybe you don't need a gun.
My wife is now starting to realize that I wasn't full of shit. Women don't like going down rabbit holes. Men go looking for bar fights and women go looking to try to make the world a little bit safer. Unless you're Hillary, then I'm not so sure. Or Victoria Nuland, right? But in general, I think that's in our wiring to do that. I've had
do you think it's worth it for you?
I
don't
look at all
this
know.
Stuff?
It depends on what I'm forfeiting.
Yeah.
Right now,
like
it's a big
your own
part
happiness, maybe, and your own. Not that ignorance is, I don't think, bliss, but I'm just trying to be devil's advocate here.
Well, I enjoy talking with guys like you, though. So these are fun conversations,
right?
And I get to have these conversations. So Rudy Havenstein's second interview was one that he set up with me, and we went and got Marty Bent to run it. These are, the movie. I don't remember the name of it, where Brandon Fraser is a master's student at Harvard and Joe Pesci's a bum.
Oh,
Cool Ties. No, not
School
them.
Ties. Not School Ties.
I don't know, but Brandon lost his thesis and Pesci found it, and so they're tied together by this. Pesci's got it. Brandon wants it, and at one point, Brandon says to Pesci, "That's my life," and Pesci says, "That's so pathetic." And he pulls out this bag from his pockets. He's a homeless guy, and he pours out this handful of stones. He says, every time something interesting happens to me, I pick up a stone to remember it. And he picks up one stone. He says, this is when I got married with my wife. He said, this is my first child who was born. He said, this was a woman in Bimini, right? And it was such an amazing metaphor, because I think in many ways you go through life picking up stones. Life offers you crazy events, you know? So when I was a kid, I used to skydive. I told my dad I was going water skiing and I'd skydive. And then sometimes I go water skiing, but you know, there was just shit that I did that was that I, at the time I didn't realize would be important. I coached 2 collegiate sports. I didn't think about it at the time.
What if you
Name a
got
prof-
hurt? What if you got hurt while you were lying to your dad? Would it have been worth it?
Well, my instructor died. So there's that. So the idea of what if you got hurt is kind of an interesting story, although I'd say he boned it. I did get a concussion. I mean, I did get hurt a little bit. So what? I mean, when we were kids, the parents didn't worry about that. I mean, if you came home, you know, if you came home with scrapes and bruises and shit, they kind of passed you up and sent you back outside. The only rule was be home for dinner, right? Be home for dinner. And I thought I duped my dad by doing shit that he didn't know about. And I realized that in some sense he duped me. He just didn't want the shit washing up on his doorstep. He didn't care as long as it didn't become his problem. And one time my brother went out Halloween and went out as a witch. That's getting weird. And some punk ass bitch in the neighborhood sprayed him in the eyes with this window cleaner that's not Windex. My brother slammed him on the top of the head with his can of shaving cream. Big fucking gash. And so my brother ended up getting chased home by the guy with the gash with a hammer in his hand because he was a doctor. And my dad was pissed off. And he's cleaning up the guy's head in the bathroom and he sent him back out. And then I was there and my dad was giving my brother some guff. And then my brother said, well, he sprayed me in the eyes with this crap. I said, yeah, it was some sort of window cleaner, but it wasn't Windex. And my father said, really? And he said, yeah. He said, go back out. That's what we did, right? Figured out. When we played sandlot sports, we set up the field, we set up the rules, we refereed our game, we'd get in fights occasionally. And no adult came along and said, oh, you guys shouldn't fight. That's just the way it was, right? That's what primate troops do. Peck orders. You know what it does? It cuts back on the fighting because if you get your ass kicked by a guy, you go, I'm not fighting him again. The only guy ever beat me was my brother. I learned an important lesson in kindergarten. I was on the bus. The biggest kid in the second grade lands on my lap in the bus, which was chaos. And I gave him a put down line that only a kindergartner could come up with. I said, get off me, Rumpelstiltskin. Next thing I know, he's charging at me. And I was a tiny little guy. I mean, I was really like bottom of the class tiny. Just out of instinct, I planted a fist right in his nose, right? That hurts. And he went down and he was crying. And that day I learned, always get the first punch in. Don't wait to get punched. Strike if you have to. If you don't, you get. Then my wife, she always had a habit of getting in a verbal spat with some guy. She didn't like what he was doing. I'd say, like one day at a demolition derby, I go, no, Candace, he's not going to punch you. He's going to punch me. And one day she did it. We were at a park and the guy comes out of the water. I could outrun him because he was fat. And I pulled her aside and I said, here's the deal. If this guy comes at me, my only logical strategy is to beat him unconscious. Because if I give him the ability to stay on his feet, he could come back and get me. Watch any street fight. You got to finish the bastard. If you get in a street fight, you can't go, oh, I wounded him. So I said, so if you want me to put some guy in a coma, end up in a court, just do shit like that. Otherwise, stop doing that because he's not going to punch you. And if he does punch you, then I got to kill him, right? I said, you really don't understand what you're doing when you get one of those. And she's not a combative person, so it's just. So then I slept with a shotgun. And I put knives in every room, steak knives, in case I got separated. Because it was during the George Floyd riots and we were locked down, except I was worried someone would find a way to my door, possibly even more organized Antifa types. I said, well, you're not going to be Antifa for long. Maybe we're both going to die, but I'm not going alone. And I don't understand why there isn't more of this in the world. Right? There are things that someone could do to your kid that would make you want to kill a person. Right? Why don't we hear more about that? I don't know. But I think we could be heading for an era where we will. And then we lose. Because the rule of law will have broken down. And the rule of law is breaking down right now. And people are getting angry at rich men north of Richmond. And when you realize that the system no longer has your back, you're on your own.
Yeah. It's something I think about a lot, especially as my son's 10. I think about trying to explain to him that no one's going to come to rescue him sometime at some point.
Yeah, I remember my son was talking about his friend being picked on. I said, well, make sure you're right, but you might have to jump in. My wife says, well, you don't use violence. I go, that's not correct. I said, but make sure you're on the right. Make sure you're not using violence unnecessary, but at some point, sometimes violence is the move.
Yeah, you don't want violence to happen to you.
No, or your friend.
Right.
And so, yeah, and I think we could circle back to a olden days kind of world where the pussies don't get to tell us how to run the world.
Well, I think what we've been getting at all evening, though, is sort of, is America our friend? Like 9/11, Lahaina, whatever you want to call it. Who is fucking with us?
And I don't know.
Who do we come to?
So which is worse? Finding out it's the Chinese or finding out it's our military guys? Which is worse? What do you think? What's your answer? I'll give you mine.
I mean, obviously, if it's our own guys, it's worse.
Well, here's the alternative argument. We at least have the ability to choose whether to do it. If it's China, we have no say. So it's really a complex question.
Sure.
I don't think it's China, though. I don't think it's China.
In either case, you and I might not have the ability to steer that conversation or the actions taken. So it might be irrelevant to what we might be able to influence.
Why do you think the Vegas shootings have had so much trouble getting into the public psyche?
Well, I think that's the darkest rabbit hole we've ever gone down. I mean,
right. But for those who don't understand, the Vegas shootings had nothing to do with Stephen Paddock. I mean, it was a massacre.
And they were the largest. It was the largest shooting on American soil since the Civil War.
That's exactly right. And why has this not found its way into the American psyche?
Lexicon and psyche and all of it, because it should just be discussed irregardless of just because of the size. If we're actually concerned about gun violence, then this would be a case to look at very closely.
That's why it's bad, because it would be the rallying cry of the anti-gun crowd. But it was so botched, whatever it was. Did you see the podcast I did with John Collum? John was the guy who came up with the theory and provides pretty good support that the Saudis were involved
in the Las Vegas thing.
Mm-hmm. They were the guys in the helicopters shooting down into the crowd.
So would that suggest Saudis without American involvement or partnership?
I think
because you can't get Saudi helicopters into Vegas without our go-ahead.
It turns out the Saudis helicopter pilots train at a U.S. base 200 miles from Vegas. And they go out on training missions all the time. And the story is the Saudis head out without us knowing it. We thought they're just going out, and they hit Vegas. Then it became, well, the Saudis and the Americans quickly are talking, and then we're saying, look, we'll take care of those guys. The Saudis said to our guys, you got to cover it up.
Well, it's very similar to 9/11, where these guys were, at small airport facilities learning how to fly tiny
Well, these were
little
real
jets.
Saudi pilots, though. These were real Saudi pilots training at a U.S. military base. Now, why is the question? Well, it turns out that, again, the theory is interesting. It turns out that they were trying to flush Mohammed bin Salman out of the Mandalay to kill him. And the idea was to wreak havoc. They knew what the fuck the response would be by his security guard would be to get him the fuck out of the hotel, and then they'd get him. Now, there's problems. I go, you missed him. Let's start with that. But supposedly, and John does a great job at going through Saudi politics. So the crown prince was an old man. He's the guy who inherits the crown. And all of a sudden, the king of Saudi Arabia says, my new crown prince is Mohammed bin Salman. The crown prince got bypassed. This is Saudi intrigue. Turns out he was not happy, but his son, who would be the next crown prince, was really unhappy. And he set up the whack. That's the theory. And so they flushed him. They tried to flush him out of the Mandalay Bay. Now, Cullen's model is missing a lot of details, which I think need to be dealt with for it to hold together. But I think it is an interesting theory.
So the Las Vegas shooting was trying to flush MBS out of the hotel,
And
they
then
caught
cap 'em.
everyone else.
Well, so it gets real vague as to whether the plan went bad and they called audibles or something. There's some, you got to watch the thing, and it takes a long time to watch, and I don't even recommend it. But I played the dumb guy, so I was the devil's advocate. I was essentially the podcast host, and he presented his theory. And I'd heard it, but I didn't know it was John Cullen who came up with it. He's an ex-Oracle code head, smart guy. And then it turns out that so Mohammed bin Salman was not happy. Supposedly, Jamal Khashoggi.
I wanted to ask about him. Yeah.
So Jamal Khashoggi was the reporter who everyone had a shit fit.
And his brother was the biggest arms dealer out of the Middle East.
His brother is everything intelligence. His brother, Whitney Webb typed his brother's name 500 fucking times. His brother's pure CIA. Jamal Khashoggi was CIA. So it turns out that he supposedly was in on the attempted hit. And it turns out that a year, supposedly to the day, Mohammed bin Salman sliced and diced Khashoggi and filmed it. And then supposedly a couple of weeks later, he calls all the royals in for some shindig. They thought it was just going to be hookers and booze. And he locks the door and he shows the video of Jamal Khashoggi getting sliced to bits. And
Alive.
said, that's right. Don't fuck with me. It's like, just like Saddam Hussein did.
Yeah,
when he whacked about 10% of his Senate,
carried him out, lined him up, and I
the
mean
guys
that's the
were
most
sweating
brutal
bullets.
video. Yeah,
I've
and everyone
never-
else
I've never
stands up
seen
and
anything like it.
applause. I mean,
They're terrified, though. They were
that's
terrified.
That's probably my final question: is how do any of these guys sleep at night? You think you're lining up the 100 guys that could get you, but there could be 100 more. You don't know who's above you, who's below you. I mean,
well, I think that's
run
what
a
turns you into
country.
brutal, right? If you realize that I've never understood, if you're a punk ass bitch, why you don't say, holy shit, some guy's going to do something to me. So I think when you do become a brutal dictator, the brutality reaches new levels, protecting yourself.
But how could you ever be certain that you're taking the right steps?
You're not.
Because
You're not.
yeah, I mean, it's got to be a manic always looking over your shoulder. I mean, you
Who
just
was
brutally murdered people. They're gonna want to brutally murder you, and you got to do everything you can to protect yourself.
and that's why you pick your security guard very carefully. You surround
Sounds like a
yourself
lot
with
of
them.
dilemmas.
Well, we also had the Roman Empire where they lost 50 emperors in 50 years. It was a death sentence to become an emperor of Rome. How long do you think Zelensky lives?
Not very long.
No. Especially because he's going to become
That's a question I
useless
want to ask you. Let's say he gets 10 billion out of it. Let's say he gets 10. Is it worth it to die and set his family up with the 10 billion? So why do it?
Well, I think first and foremost,
do you really think you're going to get to where Putin is and go 20, 30, 40, or Mubarak from Egypt, Gaddafi? I mean, all these guys get knocked off eventually, though.
I know. January 6th, FBI informant. The FBI is crawling around January 6th by the dozens. There are actually Ukrainian nationals crawling around January 6th. I mean, it's a weird, weird scene on January 6th. The informants doing their thing somehow don't seem to realize that although they are tied with the power structure, they could be written out of the plot. They somehow think that because they're hanging around with the tough kids, they're going to be okay. They don't realize that they could be in jail for 20 years. They don't realize, they think, oh, no, I'm with the FBI. And they don't realize they've underestimated the brutality of the FBI. And so I think Zelensky did the same. They go, oh, Volodymyr, however you pronounce his name. You're going to be our guy. You're the man, right? They're going to groom him. And he's going to think, oh, this is great. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to be in power. He loves the hero thing. He's an actor, for Christ's sakes. And he loves shaking hands with Ben Stiller. And
but what about Putin or Z? I mean, these guys are not Zelensky. They're a little bit more formidable, bigger empires.
Well, so one of the theories coming from, I think it was Scott Ritter, was that early on, Putin felt he could work with Zelensky. So Putin's, I believe his plan was, you read it, I wrote 100 pages on this shit. His plan was to hit Ukraine, give him a fat lip, get him to the table, get him to stop. He didn't want to destroy, he didn't want to kill civilians. There's no evidence. Putin, the guys who are surrendering in Ukraine to the Ruskies are being treated very well. Why? Because the Russians want them to surrender. Why would you, when Alexander the Great traipsed around the world, he got people to just say, look, I won't kill you, just don't get in my way. And they go, oh, we're fine with that, right? So he knew that if you have to kill people, then you'll get resistance. And so I think Putin intended to just give a couple of fat lips and then not destroy infrastructure because he needed it. He brought a small army. It was just a fastball past the chin.
Do you think he's the richest person in the world?
No. I don't think he has the money. So I read about Putin. I've been intrigued by Putin for about 10 years, not because he's a sweetheart. I know he's not. But, Justin Trudeau couldn't run that country. Macron couldn't run that country. There's something about Putin that's seriously spectacular in terms of his capacity to do things. The book I read about Putin, which I try not to read books because I try not to let someone else formulate my narrative. But I had to read about Putin. I had to do it fast, so I did a book. The first half of the book was up to him becoming head of Russia. And it seemed incredibly balanced. Sociopath, but there's other features of him. So it seemed like they were really trying to get it right. One of the things they said is unbribable. He demanded loyalty. Now, he not only demanded it out of people around him, but he provided it. So when he worked for you, he worked for you. So when he went into a political position, he bailed on the KGB. They said, no, no, don't bail on us. He said, no, I have to bail on you guys. He had to borrow money when his wife needed surgery. He was high ranking in Russia. He had to borrow money to get her surgery. So I think he's running this command economy where he has to work with oligarchs. When he was asked, you threw so-and-so in jail, why? He said he robbed us blind. There's not a billionaire in Russia who earned it. So when Putin throws one of these guys in jail, it's hard to get weepy-eyed. So Putin surrounded himself with the oligarchs because he needed to control the fucking guys who he needed to build Russia, to make Russia great again. And as a consequence, I mean, he lives in a royal palace. He's got these affiliations, but I don't think I've tried to find evidence that he's rich. Look at Prince Harry. Would you have said Prince Harry was rich? He kind of looks like he's not rich based on the royal family not rich, right? He seems to be scrapping to make money. Fergus, the royals, you're not rich if you're in a place that has lots of wealth, but you don't have access to it. And so, no, I've seen nothing to dissuade me from the view that Putin, who would be called a sociopath by any Western standard, is also not a spectacularly talented leader. He's running a country that's almost hopeless at times. And he's got support. They keep talking about how no one supports him. That's just Western propaganda. He's got the support. Guys who get into Russia say he's got the support. He's that fucking hero. McGregor, listen to him today. McGregor says 400,000 dead Ukrainians. They wouldn't have been 400,000 dead Ukrainians if NATO hadn't been punk-ass bitches and forced Zelensky to stay in the game. Zelensky was about to sign a deal with Putin in I think it was April 2020. 22, excuse me. And Boris Johnson shows up and says, don't even think about it. Now, Ritter's theory is that Putin felt he could work with Zelensky. And Ritter said, I bet that Russia has an extraction team in Kyiv to get his ass out of there if he gets in trouble. That's a fascinating theory, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you got the rigged elections. I'm a big believer in the rigged elections. And we might end up making the case because if they indict Trump and he gets to subpoena people to justify his view of the elections, it could turn into a rigged election story fast. And someone said, how could they have boned it that badly? They go, maybe they didn't. Maybe the guy who filed that charge knew that Trump would then go to town with it. We don't know who's on what team. And so, but I'm a big believer in the rigged election. It's a very simple logic. Forget about all the evidence, which I think is there. People say, oh, it went to court 61 times. No, it ended up in a courtroom 61 times. It was dismissed 61 times. It never got adjudicated. This is how you know the election's rigged. Did they ever do anything except try to get his ass out of there? Russia collusion, you name it, everything. Indict him, raid Marl, everything. They did everything to get his ass out of there. Did they forget to rig the election? Is there any chance that these neocons and these Lincoln guys and shit forgot to rig the election after locking it down and making all these votes screwy and linking to the internet and watching the swing states flip in the middle of the night? Is there any chance that they said, oh, we can't rig the election? Of course not. I bet any money they rigged the elections because they could. And I'm not just talking rigging like bias. That's not rigging. That's bias. The media, of course, was biasing the shit out. Rigging is when the count's no longer valid. And that's been going on. WikiLeaks released a bunch of shit. Dominion voting machines. You know that story?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know it in depth, but I mean, I can't get an honest audit of my vote. I'm an accountant. I know that if I submit a vote, there's no way I could prove that my vote is the way that I interpreted.
Chance.
No chance.
We're
So
a
the whole
banana
thing
republic.
is meaningless to me.
Well, so Dominion voting machines, if you track their trail, they're owned by a company in Beijing.
Right.
China
That's scary.
owns our voting machines. Now, here's the funny part. So I watched Tucker Carlson get increasingly militant. I have a theory that he decided to get fired. He started talking 9/11. He started talking everything, right? I said, this guy is looking for a fight. So what happens? Dominion sues them for defamation. Any other period in history, the media goes to the Supreme Court, says we have First Amendment, we have whatever amendment rights, freedom of the press, you can't touch us, get the fuck out of my face. And the Supreme Court would have said yes. They settled for $700 million. What? Why would you settle for so much fucking money? Well, because they needed to fire Tucker. And you know what? Who agreed with that? Dominion and Fox. So Dominion and Fox set up a settlement that would look spectacular. So Fox could kind of say, look, we just couldn't afford Tucker anymore. I don't think a penny changed hands. Now, how do I know it's bullshit? They were sued for damages. I went looking for, I said, well, Dominion stock must have done well because that's a lot of money into the coffers. So I go trying to find Dominion stock and I find out they went private in 2018. How convenient. So now they're not public scrutiny anymore. So then I go and I find Dominion's revenues. And I find some redaction shit. I'm going, why is that blurred out right there? But I find Dominion revenues. Typically, you're $17, $18 million revenues. Dominion and Fox settled for 45 times revenues of Dominion. Dominion, if you were to say, what's Dominion worth? You might say 5 times revenues, maybe. They settled for 10 times the value of the company on a damage suit. You can buy 10 Dominions for the damages. That's not true. You'd never settle for that. Just like Alex Jones. You can't find $750 million of damages, especially if you looked at Robbie Parker smirking. And if you guys out there don't get that joke, you got to go search Robbie Parker. And I know you've looked.
Dave, this has been unreal.
I like these rabbit holes.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again. It's a lot going on, and it's great to hear from you because you kind of put a lot of it in perspective, and we're all trying to sift through it, and it's kind of overwhelming.
So the question is, are you as well? First of all, is there something that struck you as just not likely to be true? Was there something where you said, I'm just going to let it go, but I think that's bullshit?
Maybe, but I can't think of anything. No, I can't think of anything like that.
So you can certainly say the towers being brought down by a DEW may be bullshit, but I also...
Well, the towers were not brought down by 2 planes. I'm going to stipulate that.
Yeah, right.
So...
And the problem is that I also said, look, this is right on the edge of science fiction, right? So I'm well aware that I went way out on a ledge. Who's more pessimistic, you or me?
I'm going to go with me. I don't think I've shared it on the show. But yeah, I'm very pessimistic. It's what the forces we're talking about in various degrees are overwhelming.
So tell me about... Go ahead.
And I think unless you just focus on yourself, if you look at these things, it's insurmountable in a lot of ways. And I think you got to take care of yourself, though. So you brought up a good point. It's like if you're 25 years old, I don't think you should be spending any time on this.
None.
You focus on yourself, making
None.
yourself productive, make yourself happy, just contributing
Build
to
a
the world,
career,
build a career,
build a
build
family.
tools to fortify yourself against these things. Learning about these things, exploring things, are not going to help you. I think if you're 75 and you got the time, and you want to exercise your mind and explore the world's secrets, it's all great. And I think if you're 45, you're in that paradox where like you kind of feel this stuff and you want to explore it, but you really shouldn't have the time.
Not yet. 45, too young.
But you're scared. You're scared about the future. You're trying to figure out what to tell your kids, so
protect them from it.
Yeah, it seems hard.
Yeah. We'll probably pass through this. The problem is there really are times in history where it gets lethal,
and people didn't pass through, and there are casualties. Think
how many Germans in the 30s decided not to leave.
Right.
I know it's hard to leave.
And morally were against it, and maybe financially couldn't afford to leave, and got subsumed and didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
And their lives were ruined.
And think how many Germans still said there is no Holocaust. It can't be.
Sure.
But then again, if they knew there was, what could they do?
Right. I mean, exactly.
We had a problem with a colleague who's dead. It was his 100-year birthday. He had died some ways back, who was a very famous physicist. And then he got accused of being a Nazi. He left Germany in 1939. He got accused of being a Nazi, and the evidence was stupid. Like, he signed a letter, Heil Hitler. Well, if you didn't, you died. So there's that. He also helped. There was evidence he helped Jewish families get out. It was an insane thing, but he got accused by a European author of being a Nazi. And he has institutes named after him in Europe. His name is Debye. If you're a physical scientist, you know Debye. And they took his name off the institutes. We hired a historian. We have a Debye chair. We have all sorts of things. We hired a historian. He said, this is crap. We wrote a letter for Physics Today and said, this is crap. But I asked colleagues. I had one colleague who also has a Nobel Prize who really opposed what we did. And I thought he was just too damaged to not be, because he spent 2 years in an attic in Germany. And so it's not like I can say, hey, Roald, you're wrong, right? I'm going, he gets his own forum, right? But I asked my colleagues when we were talking about this grave issue. I said, look, this is during the Iraq War, I think. I said, imagine that the Iraq War turns out to be a historical massacre. 50 years from now, how would your people, how would people prove that you weren't part of the regime? Many of you have accepted defense money, and you know you're not building bombs. But you signed off by accepting money from the Department of Army, Navy, Air Force to do your physical chemistry, do your laser chemistry. How would you prove? How would someone prove that you weren't part of the problem? I said, you can't apply this standard to a guy. He can't defend himself. The evidence sucks. I had another colleague who's at the Battle of the Bulge, old man, and he said, there's no one, the guy doesn't talk about it. He says, there's no one who has reasons to hate Germans more than me. So I'm thinking, oh, there's a story or two behind that one. He said, but I'll be goddamn if I throw Debye under the bus on this. And so, I don't know, this too shall pass. But, people say how, someone once said during the crisis of 0809, they said, is there precedent? They go, oh yeah, the Dark Ages. Well, he was wrong. I had the former CEO of Morgan Stanley Bank give a guest lecture in my chemistry course right in February of 2009. I asked him to give a lecture, and for 2 hours he talked about the chaos inside the markets. And I got the best compliment I think I ever got. He stood up. We had we had dinner before we were chatting, and he said he stood up in front of my class. And he said, "I'm sitting at dinner with Dave, and we're chatting, and I realized within 15 minutes I'm not the smartest guy at the table." This is the CEO of Morgan Stanley Bank, the banking. And then he proceeded to talk about the cash. He thought that 10 years later, New York would look like Detroit.
Was that Ace Greenberg?
No, this is a guy named Rich Ulig. It was the banking subsidiary. Wasn't Greenberg AIG?
No, not. Wow.
Hank Greenberg.
Right.
Yeah, he was AIG.
Okay.
He sued the feds for stealing AIG. And people are going, you're suing us for bailing you out? He said, no. Come on, who's the guy who worked with Reagan? God, this is embarrassing. David, what's his face? God, I swap emails with him. This is embarrassing. I hope he doesn't watch this. In any event, he's the guy who's Reagan's right-hand man. Reaganomics. Come on, name the guy. Come on, David. Fuck. He said that the AIG insurance company was ring-fenced from their derivatives group. The insurance company was not insolvent and never could be. And that it was a 15-man derivatives group that was totally fucked up. And he said they swallowed the whole company illegally. David Stockman. They swallowed the whole thing illegally. And that's why Greenberg sued him. He said, you didn't have the right to take our company.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean,
you just did something that's common that I bet you've never noticed.
What's that?
This is gonna haunt the shit out of you when I tell you this. And I've run into very few people who've noticed this. You said, yeah, no, back to back.
I do that a lot, I think.
Everybody does. At first, I thought I learned it from a friend who had it bad. And I go, oh God, you're talking like what's his name? And then I started to notice it everywhere. Everyone does it. You'll see it in movies. You'll see it everywhere. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. It's some kind of
Yeah, it's a euphemism. I think it's kind of to move it along. I mean, I think it's also like expressing that you agree and disagree without getting into
You're buying time.
Yeah. I was trying to think a little bit about what I was going to say, but I mean, it's incomprehensible what I think is the amount of evil in the world. And I don't think this stuff is all just sort of explainable by happenstance. And
so it's called Hanlon's razor. Don't chalk off to nefarious what can be explained by incompetence. I figure Hanlon was in the CIA. The other thing people blow is Occam's razor. They say the simplest idea is usually right. That's not Occam's razor. Occam's razor says you got to go with the simplest one consistent with the data. You can't make it more complicated without more data. But it doesn't say you can't hypothesize. But Occam's razor does not say the simplest model is the most likely. Because anyone who's ever studied something complicated knows full well that's just bullshit.
Right.
That's complete bullshit. I've never studied a single reaction in chemistry that held true. So, no. So people misquote Occam's razor all the time.
So do you think that things are way more complicated than they seem?
I think we can't get near the truth. And that's I'm struggling with because I've realized that the onion has more layers. I used to think when I saw something, I explained it. I used to think I had it. And now I realize I'm just at a layer.
You think you could spend another 20 years looking into this and not get to any answers? But maybe get closer?
Well, I think you get micro answers.
Yeah.
But you don't get the big picture. And I think ultimately the answer is that the world's fucked up, as you say.
And not any more fucked up than it used to be?
Well, okay, here's a stat for you from, I think it was Pinker's book. In the Middle Ages, you had a 26% chance of dying a violent death. Now think about that. That was a period in time where Mother Nature was trying to take your ass down with everything. I mean, my bladder stone in the Middle Ages would kill me. Right? I would die a natural death from a bladder stone. I would die a natural death from an earache that got out of control. You know, there's families that had 20 kids and lost them all.
So in that regard, things are way better.
Yes, because if 26% of the time you died a violent death during a period when natural deaths were running wild, I bet if you walk through 15th century England, London, people's faces be all scarred up and gnarly and crooked and missing teeth, and they'd have limps and missing limbs.
But they didn't get taken out by DEWs by happenstance, and
no,
you know.
But I think I get taken up by a DEW, I'm probably not going to feel it. Although the kids in Lahaina felt it,
and their lives got cut short, and so whether they felt it or not, you know, I think they would have rather have dealt with the earache.
But death is like stupidity. The only people who really suffer are the ones who are around you, right? And so if you're dead, you don't know,
right?
And so, and if you're stupid, you don't seem to know either,
right?
But the people all around you are suffering like crazy.
Well, then, and quite a few of us are suffering from stupidity all around us right now.
That's right. And the other thing, being in a university and knowing guys who go all the way from the janitorial staff up to bobbleheaded physicists, is that I have figured out that intelligence and education should never be confused. I see guys who are so fucking smart who just somehow didn't become educated, and they end up being successful. So you talk to some fucking carpenter or something and his head's on straight, you will know it right away. And he didn't go to Harvard, he didn't go to Yale. What he has is a good head on his shoulders. The smartest guy I ever met was a third grade educated bean picker who hadn't had a steady job in 12 years. I picked him up hitchhiking. He looked like he was 10 years older than he looked 10 years older than he was. I kind of got his life story. He wanted to join the Navy to learn how to fix engines. He was flat-footed, then he got drafted, but then he couldn't choose what to do, so he didn't get his dream. He hadn't worked in 12 years, so his dream obviously slipped way by him. And he's talking to me, and he says, the first thing I noticed, he used the word per se, the phrase per se. A little voice man said, that's not bean picker language. And then he asked me what I do, and I said, I teach. And he said, where? And I said, Ithaca. So I'm giving him need to know basis. He says, where, at the high school? I said, no, I teach at Cornell. He says, oh, what subject? I said, chemistry. He said, oh, they're really good in chemistry. And they proceeds to rattle off top chemistry programs, but they weren't Harvard and Yale. They're Chicago, Caltech, Berkeley. And I finally did a full TO on the guy. I said, how the fuck do you know this? And he says, I read a lot. And so I started asking, I said, what do you like? He said, oh, I like literature. And he starts talking about Thoreau and Walden Pond. He starts talking about his influence on all his contemporaries, all this shit. And it's just blowing my circuits. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm getting duped. So I start steering him. And I said, do you like poetry? He said, no, not really. But then he starts talking about poetry for the next 15 minutes. And then I'm weaving. He says, the engine thing was really interesting because I picked up a book on thermodynamics and I read it, and it's just not that complicated. This guy's got a third grade education. And it went on and on and on for 4 hours. And then I felt bad because I should have brought him home, gotten him a job pushing a broom in the fucking library, right? And it was only years later when I realized how naive I was. And I realized he wasn't jobless for 12 years because of no opportunity. There's something else that's throwing him off the track. right? Because guys that smart find a way. Something kept him on the edge of society, and I don't know what it was. And then about a year later, I pick up a guy hitchhiking, old guy again. I picked up guys who just got out of jail. One guy just got out of jail for armed robbery. And I said to him, I said, "You dangerous?" He said, "No." I go, "That's good." I picked up this guy and I said, "Where you headed? New York?" I said, "What do you do in New York?" He said, "I'm writing a book on population theory." And I go, "Oh, fuck me." Right? Not again. I couldn't get him to tell me why he was hitchhiking. And I didn't want to say, I'm thinking maybe it's a DWI. If he wanted to get there, I gave him opportunity. He didn't go there. I used to love picking up hitchhikers and hitchhiking. It was great. When I was 12 years old, I'd ask my mom for a ride. She'd say, "You got a thumb, don't you?" That was the olden days. And, I was at gymnastics camp in the Catskills, about 3 or 4 hours drive. I must have been 14, and I just hitchhiked home just for fun. And my parents, "Oh, what brings you here?" I said, "I hitchhiked home." They didn't care. And so we had this sort of freedom to fuck up, fix the problem, and then get back on your feet and move on. There's a Brad Pitt movie. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a 1950s movie. And he's a greatest generation father. There obviously was a trauma. It's a very mysterious movie. What was great about it is they show the kids totally unsupervised doing shit that kids used to do. And so you're sitting there and they're walking past the garage. And they decide that the best thing they could do is throw a bunch of rocks through the windows. I'm going, that's what fucking kids did. Makes no sense to an adult. And then you're sitting there and the kid's got his finger over a BB gun and you're going, "Oh, don't do it, don't do it." And off it goes,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's what we did. And we learned from that. I had teachers who knew I was skipping school, knew I was writing my own notes. They somehow instinctively knew, don't punish him because he'll go through this phase. This is just passing. You punish me, I get used to the punishment, then you lose. Pick your fights carefully, because I'll get acclimated to getting punished. I got caught shit-faced 3 times before the end of 6th grade. There's nothing in the parents' manual about that. Nothing. My dad once told me, he said, "I never want to have a punishment that lasts. I do something bad, he'd have a talk with me. It'd be over." But I was never grounded for 2 months or anything like that. Deal with it, move on. And he was Darth Vader. So he could look at me like this, is like, and my friends used to say, "He scares me." And he had this way of making us wish we hadn't asked that really stupid thing about doing something really stupid. I used to say to friends, "No, I'm not going to ask my dad if I can do that, because he'll say no and it won't feel good." But he was great. He was great. Hold the family together. Did a great job. Greatest generation, picket fence.
Yeah, there's nothing like a dad. I miss my dad for sure.
How long ago he died?
A year and a couple months.
Was it COVID? I can't
No,
remember. We talked
no.
about it. We talked about
it was cancer. I mean, I think the hospital did him in, but it was going to happen either way eventually. But
So the healthcare system is totally fucked, and having the bladder stones made me think about it every day. Starts with aging boomers. Private equity guys buy up hospitals and fuck them up completely. Along comes COVID, we lock them down and we produce a massive backlog of procedures that couldn't get done. We then force vaccination, which caused massive attrition. And now we've got a healthcare system that's completely broken.
Right.
Was that on purpose? I don't know.
Can't imagine how frustrating that is for you. Trying to get simple things done, and here you are, you're a highly educated scientist, and seeing how
I
long
don't
things
know.
take to get done and how obvious things are. And
The other problem I'm having is I've realized that computers are binary. Yes, no. 0 or 1, right? And you want to pay for something with your credit card, the thing says yes or no. If it says no, you don't get to pay for it. You want to go through security at the airport? Yes, no. You don't. If you get a no, you don't get to get on the plane. We are increasingly turning over the decision making to computers, and there are no humans who can override them. There's no people who are qualified to, no people who feel they have the authority to, no intervention mechanism. This is a kind of digital authoritarianism. We're being told, and with AI, so I got mad at one help desk. I did get mad. I finally said, fuck you. I kept asking this question and I kept getting these nonsensical answers. About 10 minutes after getting off the phone, I said, were you talking to a computer? Because I kept getting like a chat GPT quality answer where it was not quite right. I kept saying, look, I don't understand what this word means. And somehow the algorithm was incapable of answering that question. And then I don't know. But that's what we're going to face.
yeah, I think that's the fear of all thinking people, that we're all running into that ad infinitum. Whether it's because the algorithm doesn't agree with what you want to do, or it doesn't.
Do you want to
understand what
read
you
an
wanna do.
article written by a computer? You want to read an article written by a computer?
I don't think I have a problem with that notion of getting news from a computer, facts from a computer, but I get what you're saying. I mean, who's determining what is a fact, the opinion, etc., and it's a slippery slope. I get it.
I have a Twitter follower I'm not convinced is real, but comes up with very insightful statements. I'm going, I'm winning. I'm okay. But what if you found out that all of Twitter, 98% of your buddies on Twitter were not real? Now, you discovered, because you'd ask them for podcasts, they wouldn't be real.
I get what you're saying. I think that a lot of interaction on Twitter is not real. And so you have an issue and 100,000 bots are like, we think this, and that steers public opinion. Everyone's thinking this. That's what I should think.
I'll answer a bot because the bot has put out the question. And if the answer is worthy, then I'll answer the bot. I'll view it as like almost the equivalent of sparring with a bot. So if the bot can pose a good question, and sometimes when I'm dealing with a contentious person,
are you
I'll
doing
say,
that to win with the bot, or to
no,
prove to the
no,
audience that there's an
I'm
argument
doing it
here?
because the bot made a point that was worthy of addressing. And so the bot brought something to the conversation that was worthy. And as a consequence, it doesn't matter where it came from. So in that sense,
Right.
I'm signing off on the idea of reading shit from bots. These are fascinating issues. But I think it's going to get a lot worse. That's the
and more
problem.
complicated.
And more complicated. And the ability to do deep fakes. Holy fuck, the deep fakes are amazingly good. I mean, you could find out that I'm not real, right? You really could. I don't think today. I could find out you're not real. Be easier for you because I'm a talker. And you're pretty good at just posing questions.
But that wouldn't be an effective fake. But I think that faking you would be effective because you're putting out opinions and you're putting out thoughts. And if, people are going to agree or disagree and they're going to get angry or happy, and that's effective. Because I think that's what a lot of politics is making people angry, scared, fearful, and then they don't make good decisions in their own best interest. So it's going to get, and I don't think for you and I, we're going to get to sit and kind of pontificate on these things and almost enjoy the spectacle and how weird it can be. But I think for the younger generation, it's scarier because they're going to fall in love with a bot. They're going to argue with a bot and form an opinion that might not be the best opinion for them because of a bot, and on and on and on.
We at least have a memory of talking to people
of real life, and we're situated enough in our lives that I don't think a bot's going to disrupt our real life enough.
But let's say the news was brought to us by all bots. Would you and I?
Well, it already is.
Well, would you and I enjoy sitting around talking about what's going on in the news if it was that fake?
Well, how much are we talking about what's going on in the news? Because I don't know if we're talking about what's going on in CNN and NBC. We're MSNBC. We're talking about what's going on Twitter. And Twitter will be all bots too. So I'm not discounting what you're saying, but we're not actually discussing the news.
How do we know the Lahaina fires actually occurred?
Very much so. I agree with what you're saying.
We could be talking about the origin of fires that are not real.
Right. And every video we've seen could not be real.
Right.
And but I don't think that's going to affect you and me. Because I'm married, my kids are in school, I'm just doing my day-to-day, but I'm not making life decisions based on Lahaina, or I'm not even making sort of life theories. I'm bringing my own theories of 45 years into that already. I'm not growing up with that as a base case for trying to formulate an opinion on the world.
So speaking of opinions on the world, it looks to me like CBDCs are knocking on the door now.
Sure, and that's inevitable. We already have.
I agree. I
mean, it's just another machination.
So Marty thinks they're going to suck so bad that they don't matter. That was his stance.
I don't think I agree with that. But
the other thing,
I think they're going to suck so much.
They can suck so bad.
They're going to suck so much from Marty. But people who don't understand why they suck are going to be sucked into them, and are not going to have a choice. They're going to grow up with them. So. You're talking about informed people saying, I don't like that.
Yeah, olden days. The guys who remember the olden days.
Yeah, but I don't think, and some of those people that remember the olden days are still going to be sucked into it because that's what they get paid in. That's what the store accepts. Mm-hmm. That's what their grandchildren want to get for a birthday gift.
The grift.
Yeah. So, and if they can get us using their money that's not real, and then they could track everything we do, not just speak about, but because I don't think speech is actually that important. It's how you spend your money. You could say you're not cheating on your wife, but you're taking some lady on your visa to the movies. Doesn't matter what you say. So, and then, just politics. You can't support that politician. You can't support that rebel faction. You can't spend your money how you want. I think that's the end of free will. And
yeah, see, I actually think I think the digital world may have inescapably ushered in authoritarianism.
Yeah, I think that's by design.
Well, but it did. But I mean, it might have been that it was a foregone conclusion that the day the internet went live was the day that we charted a course to authoritarianism.
So you say that, and I mean, the internet was developed by the military, a rap net.
Mm-hmm. And I also think Bitcoin was developed by the military too. So
that would be, for me, the only case of a white hat, because of the protocol. The rules of Bitcoin are they're incompromisable to me. Uncompromisable would be the right way to say that. So there's only 21 million. You'd have to get the majority of users, or even actually a minority of users, to, because you could change the rules of chess. Doesn't mean I will play with you.
Right.
So you could have your own rules, but so there are rules, and you're either in the system or you're without the system, outside the system, and they're not compromisable. And I would almost see that as a white hat influence in the government. It'd be the only one that I could think of.
Could be.
I mean,
but it could also be. I think about this stuff a lot. Could also be that the government said, "Look, let's commandeer the brilliance of crowdsourcing. Let's get the world to figure out how to do this,
and let's get people to volunteer in."
That's right. Let's crowdsource the troubles away, and then we'll step in. As you know, I think one of the concerns is they step in, they say, "Okay, if we catch you using Bitcoin, you're dead," by various mechanisms.
Yeah, no, right? I get that. That's 100%.
And so you use it to crowdsource, you acclimate people to a digital currency. You then take it, in some sense, it's like in Nazi Germany, where the brown shirts were used to sort of do bad shit at the early part.
Yeah, but the one difference,
then they outlived their usefulness and they got rid of them.
The one difference here is what changes about assets is no one can take this thing from you by force.
But what they can do is neuter it by saying, if we catch you, you're toast.
They can neuter it. They can surround it. They can encircle it. They can ensnarl it, but they can't change it.
No, I got that. But it's like gold, right? If
they centralized gold, they corrupted gold, they manipulated the price of gold.
And they say, if we catch you with gold, you're going to prison for life. You're gonna be spending money in gold, right? No, the answer is no. So gold guys who think they somehow can't be dealt with either are dreaming, right? So the long arm of the state, when they decide to come and get you,
it's very long.
Like, look at Julian Assange. There's nothing about him being in prison, basically, that makes sense to any of us.
Right. And he's not a winner in my book for being in prison. I mean, is a winner for standing up for his cause, but that's not a winning solution. He's not winning.
I do not want to fertilize the tree of liberty right now. That's not my goal.
Right.
And you just wouldn't have believed that we could do to him what we did to him.
So is there any way out, Dave? I mean, what we're talking about here with directed energy weapons and the long arm of the state and the amount, I mean, the way the CIA is able to control narratives. I mean, small narratives, big narratives, every bank, this bank, that bank, the money, the news.
I don't know.
I mean, we talk about 40-year cycles and 40 years this will pass, but also maybe 1,000-year cycles. And
right. There actually are longer wavelength cycles, supposedly.
Yeah,
I don't know if I
very
believe it.
Powerful people. And kind of what we've been touching on so much is, I mean, so much of this is out in the open. What we've been talking about is out in the open. What is not hidden is so out in the open.
It's part of the game.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's a lot of optimism outside of things like Bitcoin.
So do you think anything happens to the Bidens? They have them dead to right.
No, nothing happens to the Bidens.
Right. And I actually think that part of a master plan, to the extent it exists, is to demoralize us.
Yes.
Is to absolutely make sure that we say there's nothing you can do.
That we feel helpless.
Yeah. There's a thing called hyper-normalization. I can't remember the name of the guy, but I have it written down. Soviet Union was a great example where normal becomes so inescapably, pathetically unchangeable, and you just accept it. So the guy who talked about it, they show footage, and they're talking to some Russian woman. She says, "Well, this will never work, and this will never work, but there's nothing I can do." And so it's the acceptance of truly wretched existence as normal. And so hypernormalization is where they really break you to the point. And reading about pedophilia lately, and as I like to say it, look, I'm digging into pedophilia, reading, not doing.
Not doing.
Is the victims hypernormalized? The victims think that's normal. I just watched a video this morning of a woman she said, so here's a wild claim. She said she was molested by Gerald Ford. She said she was molested she was naming names. And I'm listening to her, and she's actually very smart. I'm listening. I have no idea if I can believe this. I don't know what this means. Her name is Kathy O'Brien. There's a big audience. They're clapping for her, stuff like that. But do I believe Gerald Ford was molesting children? I just don't know. I don't know how you ever get. But what it does, it plants the kernel of an idea, and all of a sudden I go, wait a minute. Someone just said something that rings familiar now. Right? So the simultaneous fires over here, all of a sudden they're simultaneous over there. And I go, okay, connects the two. So that's what Whitney Webb does. She puts together jigsaw puzzles. She says, this guy knows this guy who knows this guy. And it's a lot of guilt by association. But by the time you're done reading her book, she go, every company is corrupted, right? And you say, well, that can't be. And you go, well, let's look at Ukraine. Let's look at the Soviet Union. Were there any totally legitimate companies there? No. When Russians started coming out of the Eastern Bloc, when Eastern Blockers started coming to the U.S. after the wall fell, Brandeis, a friend of mine at Brandeis, they took a ton of Russians into Brandeis. And they had this rampant cheating problem. And the reason is not because Russians are immoral, because if you didn't cheat the system, you didn't survive. So they had to somehow reprogram them to say, look, over here, you don't cheat the system. You will survive by working hard. And that's it. That's all you got to do. Well, that might not be true anymore now, too. But
they're very good at treating the system, though. I see it like in out of Brooklyn. They'll have a couple of cars hit each other, insurance claims. They all go to the body shop. I mean, it's just all organized crime, and it's from learning how to work the old system. And they look at us like pawns, like idiots.
Well,
like,
so now
how are you not working the system?
You flood the world with liquidity. Let's call it liquidity to sound like we're talking about banking. You should not be shocked that crooks show up. Right? You put this much money out there, the crooks are going to be there. You'll create them, you'll attract them, you'll do everything. You cannot put out this much money without expecting the grifters to be right behind. There's a famous quote, every idea, every movement, every idea, every movement becomes a business, ends up a racket. So everything goes through that. Black Lives Matter, boom, sounds great. You look at the Black Lives Matter organizers, they're buying multi-million-dollar houses. They're not stupid, they grifted. They said, holy shit, we can make money off this. Tim Ballard, The Sound of Freedom. He saw the grift. Made a ton of money. Very clever, actually. And at the end of the movie, when you're all weepy-eyed, they put up a bar graph and say you can pay for somebody else with this bar graph. And I was so emotional at that moment. And you can see all the phones going up. And you can hear the ka-ching, ka-ching. And I even thought it was clever. And then when I started reading about the movie being maybe a grift, I go, oh boy, I'm glad I didn't do that. I'm glad I didn't do that because I'd feel stupid.
So my final question for you, and I wish you the best of luck tomorrow. As you're going through the procedure tomorrow, like, what kind of things do you think you'll think about? You think you're going to think about world problems? Or do you think you're going to think about, like, oh, fuck, I wish I got the chicken parmesan?
While I'm asleep? While I'm asleep?
No, why are you recovering? Why?
I think they wake you up, I get driven home, I fall asleep, I go to bed.
And when you wake up, are you going to wake up angry about what's going on in the world? Are you going to look for some vanilla ice cream and just take care of yourself?
I have to piss right now, so I'm going to have to let you go. I'm bursting.
I hear you. So I wish you the best of luck, Dave. This has been incredible as
always. If I disappear from Twitter, you know something went bad.
I'll try to reach out. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Hey, that's a wrap on today's episode of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. with Professor David B. Collum. We hope you found it informative and engaging. I'd like to take a moment to thank our listeners for tuning in and supporting us. I couldn't do it without you. If you're interested in supporting the show, there are a few ways you can do so. You can leave us a 5-star dope review on your preferred podcast platform, which helps us reach a wider audience. You could subscribe on YouTube. You can also stream and boost the show on the Fountain app, and you can tip me directly on Twitter. Thanks again for listening. This is Cedric. Keep stacking, keep growing, and stay laser focused out there.